would be so nice, nice. Should it be you and me? I could see it could be nice. Someone to cling to me, stay with me, right or wrong. Someone to sing to me, some little samba song. Someone to take my heart and give his heart to me. Someone who's ready to give love a start with me. Oh yes, that would be so nice, nice. Should it be you and me? I could see it could be nice.
Deve ser que eu rezo baixo. É melhor partir lembrando. Bora andar, que a terra já secou. Bora andar, bora andar, que a chuva não chegou. Bora andar, bora andar, que a terra já secou. Bora andar, bora andar, que a chuva não chegou. Bora andar. Já fiz mais de 1000 promessas, rezei tanta oração. Deve ser que eu rezo baixo, pois meu Deus não ouve não. Deve ser que eu rezo baixo, pois meu Deus não ouve não. Bora andar, que a terra já secou. Bora andar, bora andar, que a chuva não chegou. Bora andar. Vou-me embora, vou chorando, vou me lembrando do meu lugar. Bora andar, que a terra já secou. Bora andar, bora andar, que a chuva não chegou. Bora andar. Quanto mais eu vou pra longe, mais eu penso sem parar, que é melhor partir lembrando que ver tudo piorar. Que é melhor partir lembrando que ver tudo piorar. Bora andar, bora andar, bora andar, vamos andar.
Hello, mic test. Mataas ito. Hello, mic test. Hello, mic test. Okay po ba siya? Hello, mic test. Mic test. Mic test. Okay.
Pois o samba está animado, o que eu quero é sambar. Este samba que é visto de maracatu, que é samba de preto velho, samba de preto tu. Mais que nada, um samba como esse tão legal, você não vai querer que eu chegue no final. Oba, oba, oba. animado. O que eu quero é sambar. Esse samba que é filho do maracatu. É samba de preto velho, samba de preto tu. Mas nada, um samba como esse tão legal, você não vai querer que eu chegue no final. Oh, Ariana, oba, oba, oba. Ariana, oba, oba, oba. Oba, 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 oba,
Sol de cedo dorme ainda, mas mestiço já viveu. Eu tenho uma morrer. Vai vivendo a cor do dia, nem um pouco Deus quem deu. Canto, canto da alegria do mestiço que nasceu. Zuruzum, uê, zurumbau, zuruzum, uê, zurumbirimbau, oi, zuruzum, uê, zurumbau, zuruzum, uê, zurumbirimbau. Pois sol de cedo dorme ainda, mas mestiço já viveu. De trabalho tem mania, de mania não morreu. Oi, vai viver a cor do dia, tem um pouco Deus quem deu. Canto, canto da alegria do mestiço que nasceu. Zuruzum, ué, zuruá, zuruzum, ué, zurumbirimbau, oi, zuruzum, ué, zuruá, zuruzum, ué, zurumbirimbau, oi, zuruzum, ué, zuruá, zuruzum, ué, zurumbirimbau, oi, zuruzum. Vou te contar, os olhos já não podem ver coisas que só o coração pode entender. Fundamental é mesmo o amor ser feliz. Tudo que não sei contar são coisas lindas que eu tenho pra te dar. Vem de mansinho a presentes, é impossível ser feliz sozinho. A primeira vez é na cidade, a segunda vez é eternidade. Agora eu já sei da onda que seguiu no mar e das estrelas que esquecemos de contar. Vamos se deixar surpreender enquanto a noite vem nos envolver. Rosa Pineda, esse Pineda, agora eu já sei da onda que serviu do mar e das estrelas que esquecemos de contar. Vamos se deixar surpreender enquanto a noite vem nos envolver. Vamos, carioca, sai do teu sono devagar. O dia já vem vindo aí e o sol já vai raiar. São Jorge, teu padrinho, te dê cana pra tomar. Xangô, teu pai, te dê muitas mulheres para amar. Vai, o teu caminho é tanto carinho para dar, cuidando teu benzinho que também vai te cuidar, mas sempre morandinho com quem não tem com quem morar. Na base do sozinho não dá pé, nunca vai dar. Vamos, minha gente, é hora da gente trabalhar. O dia já vem vindo aí, o sol já vai raiar. A vida está contente de poder continuar. E o tempo vai passando sem vontade de passar. Boa, só coisa boa pra pensar, sem ter que pagar nada, céu e terra, sol e mar. E ainda ter mulher e ter um samba pra cantar. Um samba que é uma mulher.
Vai pra Luanda, vem, vem, vem de Luanda. Deixa tudo que é triste, vai, vai, vai pra Luanda. Vai, vai, vai pra Luanda, vem, vem, vem de Luanda. Deixa tudo que é triste, vai, 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 vai pra Luanda. There's a land of Luanda, diamonds in the Luanda, silver stars on the hilltop, take me to Rwanda. Lots of fish in the stream, lots of golden sun in the valley, take me to Rwanda. There where nobody worries, there where nobody hurries, easy like waving a welcome, take me there. Leave my sadness behind me, let's sweet paradise find me. Heaven waits over yonder, take me to Rwanda. There where nobody worries, there where nobody hurries, easy like waving a welcome, take me there. Leave my sadness behind me, let sweet paradise find me. Heaven waits over yonder, take me to Rwanda, 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 take me to Rwanda. Só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai, 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 vai. Só danço samba, só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai. Só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai, 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 vai. Só danço samba, só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai. Já dancei o twist até demais. Mas eu sei, me cansei do calypso.
Basta ka sa may mic mismo.
Só danço
Basta ka dyan sa mic.
samba, vai.
Ayan, yung sukat mo sa'yo.
Só danço samba, só danço samba, só danço samba, vai.
Headshot mo.
Só danço
Sound check.
samba, só danço samba. Vai, 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 vai. Só danço samba, só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai, danço samba, só danço samba. Vai, 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 vai. Só danço samba, só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai. Já dancei o twist até demais.
Check, check.
Mas eu
Mic
sei,
test.
me
1,
cansei
2,
do calypso,
Two.
tchá,
2.
só danço samba, só danço samba. Vai, 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 vai. Só danço samba, só danço samba.
1, 2, 2.
Vamos lá. Mentira. O patrão venha cantando alegre de quen, quando o barreiro sou de médio, para cantar no samba, pera, o canto, gostou da dupla preta, quen, onde eu preciso de fazer, vem, que o quarteto parabéns, vem do povo, vem, na beira da lagoa, por que caia para começar, o tico no povoar. A voz do canto era tudo de saca, jogo de escola com o canto era amado. Mas o curtido final quando cai na água. Etaia, anda no pé, vinha cantando alegre. Quando uma recursão do médio. Para cantar no samba, no samba. O canto nós tô na dupla do também. Quen, eu preciso dizer assim. Vem, e o planeta ficará bem do bom do bem. Na beira da lagoa, por que caia para começar. O tico, lá. A voz do quando era muito de saca. Jogo de cima com o quando era amado. Mas no final, quando cai na água. E saia da boca. Vem, tudo bom. Vem, tudo bem. Vem, tudo bom. Vem, tudo bom. Vem. Final, quando cai na água. Vem, saia da boca. Vem, tudo bom. Vem, tudo bem. Vem.
Show me how you
when you're down in trouble and you need some loving care and nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest night. You just call up my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer or fall, all you got to do is call, and I'll be there beside you. You've got a friend. If the sky above you grows dark and full of clouds, and that old north wind begins to blow. Keep your head together and call my name out loud, and soon you'll hear me knocking at your door. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. Ain't it good to know that you've got a friend when people can be so cold? They will hurt you and desert you and take your soul if you let them, but don't you let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. You've got a friend. You've got a friend. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. Ba-ba, 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 I love you, baby. And if it's quite alright, I need you, baby. To all my lonely nights, I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. I love you, baby. It isn't said alright. I need you, baby. To on a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand.
No. Say check, check.
In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You know I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fly me to the moon and let me sing among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. love you. The look of love is in your eyes. The look your heart can't disguise. The look of love is saying so much more than just words could ever say. And what my heart has heard, well, it takes my breath away. I can hardly wait to hold you, feel my arms around you. How long I have waited just to love you. Now that I have found you, you've got the look of love. It's on your face, a look that time can't erase. Be mine tonight. Let this be just the start of so many nights like this. Let's take a lover's vow and seal it with a kiss. I can hardly wait to hold you, feel my arms around you. How long I have waited just to love you. Now that I have found you, you've got the look. You've got the look of love. It's saying so much more than just words could ever say. And what my heart has heard, well, it takes my breath away. I can hardly wait to hold you, my arms around you. How long I have waited just to love you. Now that I have found you, to never go. To never go. I love you so. I give him all my love. That's all I do. And if you saw my love, you'd love him too. I love him. He gives me everything and tenderly the kiss my lover brings, he brings to me, and I love him. A love like ours could never die as long as I have you near me. Bright are the stars that shine, dark is the sky. I know this love of mine will never die, and I love him. Bright are the stars that shine, dark is the sky. I know this love of mine will never die, and I love him. Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly, long, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I heard he sang a good song, I heard he had a style, and so I came to see him, to listen for a while. And there he was, this this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I felt flushed with fever, embarrassed by the crowd. I felt he found my letters and read each one aloud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Just you know why. Why you and I will cry. Sometimes we'll cry, but you know why. Just you and I know true love waits throughout the day. Those true love waits will bring us joy to share with those who really care. Sometimes we'll sigh, sometimes we'll cry, but you know I, just you and I know true love waits. Throughout the days, those true love waves will bring us joys to share with those who really care. Sometimes we'll sigh, sometimes we'll cry, but you know I, just you and I know true love
Ating bayan ng lumalaban sa kahirapan, mga pagsubok na tila hindi makaya. Ating kinabukasan, di pa rin matiyak. Mukhang tumatagilid, ito'y nakakatiyak. Ang kasagutan ay nasa siyensya nakasalalay. Ang susi sa pag-ahon nasa ating mga kamay. Pilipinas ay unlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Talinong Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Tayo na magkaisa, ang bansa'y arangkada, sumunod na. Nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Malulutas ang problema, isip at kamay niyang gamit. Ang pagpusbong ng Pinoy, tayo'y magkakamit. Idadaan natin sa talino at galing. Saksi ang buong mundo, tayo'y mananatili. Pilipinas ay unlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Talinong Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Tayo na nagkaisa, ang bansa'y arangkada, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Pilipinas ay unlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Tayo na nagkaisa, ang bansa'y arangkada, sumunod na. Nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Ating bayan ng lumalaban sa kahirapan, mga pagsubok na tila hindi makaya. Ating kinabukasan, di pa rin matiyak. Mukhang tumatagilid, ito'y nakakatiyak. Ang kasagutan ay nasa siyensya nakasalalay. Ang susi sa pag-ahon nasa ating mga kamay. Pilipinas ay unlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, talino Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, tayo na isa, ang bansa'y arangkada, sulong na. Nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Magbubukas ang problema, isip at kamay ang gamit. Ang pagpusbong ng Pinoy, tayo'y makakamit. Dinadaan natin sa talino at galing. Saksi ang buong mundo, tayo'y mananatili. Pilipinas ay umunlad, nasa siyensya pag-asa, talino Pilipino, nasa siyensya pag-asa, tayo na nagkaisa, ang bansa'y arangkada, nasa siyensya pag-asa. Pilipinas ay umunlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, talino Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, tayo na magkaisa, ang bansa'y arangkada, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Ating bayan ay lumalaban sa kahirapan, mga pagsubok na tila'y di makaya. Ating kinabukasan hindi pa rin matiyak, mukhang tumatagilid, ito'y nakakaiyak. Ang kasagutan ay nasa siyensya, nakasa ang pag-ahon nasa ating mga kamay. Pilipinas unlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, talinong Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, tayo na magkaisa, ang bansa'y arangkada, sulong na. Nasa siyensya ang pag-asa. Malulutas ang problema, isip at kamay ang gamit. Ang pagpusbong ng Pinoy, tayo'y makakamit. Idadaan natin sa talino at galing. Saksi ang buong mundo, tayo'y mananatili. Pilipinas ay umunlad, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa, talinong Pilipino, nasa siyensya ang pag-asa.
kahit bulungan ka, busa ikaw lang ang ko.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بالله برحمتك إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون سلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended when we forget your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings, guide and protect each one of us that in the light, lasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace. In turn, become instruments of gentleness with the prayer and Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka, warag po ko ilingkod ko. O Diyos, kahit bulungan ka, busa ikaw lang ang simbahan ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Now be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Director Evelyn Ruiz from the Office of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. I am your host for today's event. I would like also to inform everyone that this seminar can also be viewed online via video live stream at www.science.ph/ibanaangpanahon. Our half-day seminar for disaster awareness and mitigation has been going on since last year with more than 20 information and education communication campaign already completed nationwide, spearheaded by DOST Information Institute. The Iba na ang panahon, Science for Safer Communities compel us to take our hazards more seriously, especially with adverse effects of climate change. Today, we are pleased to have this activity for our distinguished lawmakers and their technical staff who play a critical role in the implementation of Philippine policy. And now for the welcome message. I am honored to introduce a very dedicated public official. On behalf of the Senate Secretary, Oscar Yabes, may we welcome with a big round of applause the Deputy Secretary for Legislation, Deputy Secretary Edwin B. Belian.
Thank you, Evelyn. Undersecretary Tony Gallardo of the PLLO, Assistant Secretary Raymond Liburo of the DOST, Director Solidum here, and Director Tercito Fortuna, Director Chohli Lunin, Director Aris Karandang, and Director Felipe of the DOST, Force ASEC Vic Kasiway. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members from the Senate Secretariat and the offices of the senators. On behalf of the Attorney Yabes, we welcome you to the Senate. Panahon. Para sa mga maraming Pilipino, tila napakalapit na sa atin ng kalamidad. Many feel that nowadays, there seems to be an impending calamity every day. Di nga lang natin alam eksakto kung kailan at saan tatama. There is a sense of fear, of insecurity, aggravated by lack of knowledge on what to do and how to do it when the time comes. Many questions are raised every time a disaster strikes, from monitoring to communicating or issuing of warnings or signals, to identifying danger or hazard areas, implementing of response, to rescue and evacuation plans, to managing disaster risk, etc. Everyone wanted to be aware of this. Close to the heart of our kababayans are these basic questions. What will we do during an earthquake, a tsunami, a storm surge, a typhoon or a forest fire, landslide or erosion, cyclones or any other disasters? Where will we and our loved ones turn for safety? Is our government doing something to ensure our safety? I am sure many of these questions can be answered during today's seminar on science for and risk reduction and management. The Senate executive of the PLLO. We all know that the Senate is quite aware of the problems and the continuing need to further enhance our disaster response and risk mitigation capability and readiness. Pending before the Senate Committee on Science and Technology are several bills and resolutions which recommend to address these needs. And there is a good number of senators who have manifested their support for the passage of these measures into laws or policies. 8 of them, in fact, separately filed bills on the Pag-asa modernization, which is now in the advanced stage in the committee processing. There are 6 other allied bills and resolutions which seek to enhance our preparedness for disasters. Insights and may be taken together and harmonized. To senators when they deliberate on those proposed legislative measures and pass them into laws. Disasters and natural calamities are now part of our lives. Preparedness, therefore, is a must. To make it a priority for government and then as collective. The goal is not only to make us resilient to calamities and disasters, but to make us always ready and capable in responding to them. All of us working together, that loss of lives may be avoided and loss of properties may be lessened. And by readiness, we must have the mechanisms, the programs, the equipment in place
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Edwin Villan. And now let us hear a welcome message from an Undersecretary who is known to me as
Thank you, Evelyn. Asek Leboro and Miss Suerte, Engineer Marcelo Jr. of Napocor, Attorney Billion of the Senate, guests and participants, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you today to the seminar discussions on science for safer communities and disaster risk reduction management at the Senate. Thank our partners for this event, the OST and the Senate Committee on Science and Technology, chaired by Senator Ralph Recto. This seminar raises awareness or warnings on disasters and challenges us all to do our part in protecting the environment. It promotes the adoption of proactive public through various legislation like the National Land Use, Pag-asa Modernization, Disaster Risk Reduction, and Hazard Mapping, to name a few bills already going through Congress legislative bills. Such bills, if passed, may influence the usage of lands, particularly hazard-prone areas. It may also serve to remind about property and property risks, thus teach us to practice emergency and disaster management. Let me add that we cannot fight nature or disasters it can bring if human and industrial degradation or abuse will go unabated. The problems created by contravening the laws of nature pit us against nature itself, and we cannot win as nature fights back. Therefore, I also challenge each and every one of us here that in order to regain safer communities, we should do something to care for our environment. And let me wholeheartedly welcome you all to this awareness and educational seminar. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Undersecretary Antonio Gallardo. At this juncture, we wish to acknowledge with appreciation your presence in this seminar. I would like to call on the OST Legislative Liaison Office Specialist, Ms. Lita Suerte, for the acknowledgement of the participants. May we have... I will not make a rundown of all the participants here. Suffice it to say that we have Senate representatives, Senate COMSECs, committee secretaries from the different committees, led by our very own committee secretary, Mary Jane Arzadon. The Office of the Director for External Services, Director Nick San Pedro, COMSEC B, the legislative officers who are present, can you please stand up? And all the Senate participants, the Senate people support team of the Office of here, the Office of Senator, the representatives from the Office of Senator Recto, the representative from the Office of Senator Pia Cayetano, and the technical people from the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. The agencies, we have the Nuclear Research Regulatory Division, and our very own Director for NCR, Dr. Teresita Fortuna. We have our Assistant Secretary Raymond Liboro, also our DLLO. And the Senate Press, there you are at the back. The technical people from the Science and Technology Information Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for now. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lita Suerte. It is my pleasure to introduce an official of the DOST to give the opening message. He is currently an officer in charge of the 3 DOST agencies, namely Science and Technology Information Institute, the Department Legislative Liaison Office, and the Technology Resource Center. Having ample background in broadcast media and advertising, and now engaged in various education work in government. Our speaker believes that science is the solution to many of our life's problems. A strong advocate, it has called Assistant Secretary for Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction. Please welcome ASEC Raymond E. Liboro for the opening message.
Thank you, Evelyn. In the interest of time, I will be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. I'll be doing the opening and also the presentation ready of the Iba na ang Panahon. Tama po yun, Deputy Secretary. Iba na po talaga ang panahon dahil napakarami po nating hinaharap na mga pagsubok in terms of natural hazards. Although, iba na rin po ang panahon because napakarami na po rin nating ginawa at gagawin, no? Para po maharap itong ating pagbago ng ating panahon. So on behalf of the Department of Science and Technology and its line agencies, together with the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, and in coordination with the Committee on Science and Technology, I wish to greet you to our seminar called Iba na ang Panahon, Science for Safer Communities. Ito pong tawag po natin dito ay S4SC. No? It's an interagency initiative originally conceived as a reply to Typhoon Yolanda per the instructions of DOST Secretary Mario Montejo. The Secretary felt that despite our best efforts to warn the general public about the severity of the incoming typhoon, Super Typhoon they still weren't enough to prevent the loss of many lives, especially in Tacloban, Palo, in Leyte, and Giwan in Eastern Samar. This spurred us the need to reevaluate our overall ability to respond to calamities and disasters as they continue to escalate in strength and destructiveness in this era of extreme weather event. This seminar is anchored on the idea that prevention resulting in proper planning is the best defense against disaster. So ito pong iba na ang panahon, promotes the use of latest scientific knowledge and technological understanding to help communities to make the best decisions before, during, and after natural calamities. Worst case scenarios in a disaster imagination. So mamaya po si Dr. Solido may i-introduce tayo dyan. Ano ba itong disaster imagination? So, okay. All right. So let me run through of what the DOST has been experiencing now dahil nga even si Deputy kanina tinatanong, kasi sinasabi niya and of course si Mr. Gallardo was telling us na andito na nga po sir, malapit na yung pag-asa modernization, yung modernization bill. So and we would like to thank the legislature, especially the Senate, for pushing this. But siguro para mabigyan po tayo ng pangkabuuang larawan, ano po ba ang ginagawa, ang ginagawa natin sa larangan po ng especially ng hydrometeorological hazards, Ito po yung bagyo, andyan po ang storm surge, nandiyan ang pagbaha, nandiyan po ang landslides na induced po ng matinding pag-ulan. Alright? So just a little background, ang DOST po kasi kami po ang Vice Chair for Disaster Prevention Mitigation sa NDRRMC. Kami rin po, kasama po ng NDRRMC, ang nagsimula po ng tinatawag nating Pre-Disaster Risk Assessment or PIDRA. Siguro in the future po, itong Senate would also come up with its own PIDRA committee. We usually convene this pag pumapasok na yung bagyo sa PAR. Well, again, talking about hydromet, pagpapasok po ang PAR. Ang Philippine Area of Responsibility po kasi is 1,500 kilometers to the east. So usually, dyan po nagagaling ang bagyo. Pagpapasok na po yan, we convene a group called PIDRA or PDRA. Ano lang ho yan, kapilang yan, magkakapilang. Pero pag kailangan natin pag-usapan yung papasok na bagyo, ano ba ito, gaano ito kalakas. So yan po yung simpleng sistema we called PIDRA last year. At nagkakaroon na po yan ng resulta. So what did we learn po from Typhoon Yolanda and other severe weather disasters in the past? Atin dyan. Mas lalakas po ang mga bagyong padating dito po sa atin. Typhoons and weather disturbances have become more stronger, more virulent, more violent, as proven po. Okay? Just to illustrate, yan po yung mga bagyong tumama sa Pilipinas in the past 50 years. Yan po yung tinrack ng pag-asa in the last 50 years. Ang dami, Gob sa Kamigin ba? Medyo maraming dumadaan din dyan, So, yan po yung mga tumama po sa atin in the last 50 years. Some will be probably memorable for many of us dahil naaalala po natin kung gaano kalakas. Maganda sana siyang poster, magandang artwork pag nilagay mo sa dingding mo. Pero ganyang karami po ang tumama sa atin in the last 50 years. But you know what? In the past 5 years alone, for example, I'll give you a very good example. In Mindanao, in the last 30 years, 12 bagyo lang po ang tumama sa Mindanao in the past 40 years. Pero nakita nyo, hindi masyadong tinatamaan ng Mindanao. Diba? 12 lang since 9. Okay? Pero doon po sa 12 yon, ang nangyari in the last 2 years. Doon po sa 5 yon, 2 ang pinakamalalakas na tumama sa kanila. You're talking of Pablo and Sendong. Ganun po. Yung akala natin hindi na babalik, we've heard it 100 years after 1 year. So Sendong, akala natin hindi na mangyayari, bumalik si Pablo, pumunta kay Pablo. Alright? So ito lamang po, pag-i-illustrate na nag-iiba na po talaga. And we have to prepare. Alright? And it's really disruptive, no? Ang sabi nga po nila, ano ba ang disaster? Ang disaster is a natural or a man-made phenomenon that results in disruption of life. No, so nagugulo yung mga buhay natin. In the case of the Senate, nagugulo yung ating trabaho, nagugulo po yung mga anak natin, hindi ho nakakapasok ng maayos. So it disrupts our normal way of living. So naisip po natin to. Iba na ang panahon, early warning, early action sa paniniwala namin, na through our early warning, it should result into early action. Kung ginagawa natin ngayon is already a form of early warning. Alright? Hindi lamang po tayo maghihintay ng nandyan na si Bagyo, saka ho tayo mag-uusap. Kailangan ho tayo mag-usap bago ho dumating yung Bagyo. Kasi ito ho yung lead time. From now until June, when the typhoon starts coming in, ito po yung lead time natin. So as a Senate, as a body, as a business, as an organization, we have to prepare. Alright? So this is our mantra. We call this, Science for Safer Community. Sabi nga, pwede ba sa Senate yun? Yes, because we are a community. You are a community too. Diba? So lahat po ito, magmula sa pinakamaliit na sitio, pinakamalaking syudad, pinakamalaking probinsya, maliit na business organization, you are a community. And ito lamang po, 4, early warning, that will result in early action, okay, that will result to minimum losses, and early recovery. But here, in the S4SC, again, with science, and we try to, kumbaga, further yung ating objective. So, the 4-point agenda for community preparedness, and the Senate can it's a 4-point rule, okay, for everyone to plan. When you do your PIDRA, ito lang po 4 na pag-uusapan ninyo. Increasing knowledge. Outside, zero nandiyan from PVOX. You can actually ask them pag uwi ninyo, taga saan ba kayo? Taga Marikina ba kayo? Nasaan ba yung fault? Anong kalye? Matatanong nyo po yan sa labas. Yun ho yung mga risko nyo. No? Meron kayong fault na kapitbahay. You have to have that understanding kung ano mga risko na kinakaharap nyo. Secondly, is yung inyong pag-monitor ng hazards na ito. This is where we come in. Di ba? Do you actually have the Twitter? Ilan ba nagtitwitter sa inyo? Wala. Paano na lang yung matweet na daan? Hindi kayo nagtitwitter. Matweet na daan tayo. So, yung Facebook. Sino nagpe-Facebook? Taas ang kamay. Si Sarah, talagang unang-una yung parang ang friend tayo eh. Okay. Facebook. Alright. Naka-like ba kayo sa Pag-asa? Alright. Kasama ba kayo dun sa milyon na Facebook friends ng Pag-asa? So that is again one very simple way of monitoring your hazards. Okay? First, your warning and communications protocol. Sir, this is where you come in. Okay, how do you actually communicate to everyone? Alright, ano ba ang communication nyo? DZMM? Yung bang inyong line of communication? Diba? Or do you have a system here na kapag isang text mo lang, lahat makukuha yung message? Okay? The response capability. Okay. This is where we want to come in. So imagine you've got to imagine what will happen. Now, when we look back at Yolanda, people did not imagine what a cemetery store do. Second, the local response. Tayo, lagi nyo kami sinisisi, Philippine era responsibility. But you see, whether kahit na it's macro, really, the response is really local. Okay, so the Senate is your responsibility. This is your local area of responsibility. So you've got to know what goes in, what goes out dito sa area mo. Okay? And that includes hazards. Third is check going beyond zero casualty. Yung mga negosyo po, yung mga malalaking negosyante, yung mga taipan, sanay na sanay sila dito eh. They call it recovery time objective or business continuity. Bakit? Pag magkaroon ng sakuna, makabalik agad kami sa negosyo. Why can't we in government think that way? Alright. Local governments should think along that way. Bukas, di ba? Hindi naman pwedeng habang buhay o linggo tatakbo ang relief. So, yun po yung mga sinasabi na the recovery time objective. Sa Senate, ano ba, sir, ang recovery time objective ninyo? Pag tayo tinamaan dito, kailangan ba within 24 hours balik tayo sa serbisyo? Ano yun? Because that will determine yung extent of your plan and your response. Kung gusto nyo 2 buwan kayo hindi papasok, ganun din naman yung magiging response nyo. Alright? And the last is the killer factors. Ito yung pinasikat namin, the killer factors. And we've been focusing on that. Ang bagyo po, kapag nasa gitna po ng dagat, walang pinapatay. Hindi ba? Nakakapatay lang yan pag tumama na sa lupa. Alright? So ang bagyo at bagyo, hindi yan makakapatay. Pero pag tumama na yan sa lupa at may tao na, makakapatay yan. At 4 lang po, 4. Mamamatay ka lang sa 4 na paraan sa bagyo. Balulunod ka. Sabi nga yung ulan, di ba? Yung rainfall, siguro sisipunin ka kapag nakababad ka sa ulan. Pero hindi ka mamamatay naman ng ulan kahit na buong araw ka maulanan. Di ba? Pero buong araw ka maulanan, o tumaas ang tubig at hindi ka umalis, malulunod ka. Doon ka mamamatay. Alright? Pangalawa, strong winds. Strong winds. Anong mamamatay sa'yo dyan? Babagsakan ka ng yerong lumilipad. O pader na mahina na nilipad. Pero yung iba doon, dahil tumatawid ng ilog at malakas na yung tubig ilog, yung flooding, yung riverine flood, doon sila namamatay. Pangatlo, rain-induced landslide, pagguho ng lupa. Doon ka mamamatay pag may bagyo. Dahil malakas ang ulan, guguho ang lupa. At pang-4 po, storm surge. Yun po ang nakamamatay sa bagyo. Storm surge. So, ang ginawa po natin, nagbuo po ng programa ang Department of Science and Technology para po tutukan niyang okay? Ang tawag po natin doon ay yung Project NOAA. Tinutukan natin yung mga bagay pong pumapatay. Ulan na nagdudulot ng baha, rain-induced landslide, storm surge, and also wind. Yun ho yung programa ng DOST. So ito po lamang mga isinagawa natin. Alright? Kasama po ang PVOX, of course, geologic hazard. Alright? So ito po yung ating ginagawa ngayon. So, we want to ask more information, increase the capacity of local communities to understand early warnings, to serve everyone, to serve business, to serve, long-term business and service continuity. Yun na po, di ba? So this is now really going beyond zero casualty. Okay? Let me, pabibilisin ko na lang. And it's very, very important that we also have this ability to forecast across. This modernization is coming in, sir. All right? Ano ba, when you say you modernize, what do you exactly mean? What gusto namin ma-modernize yung service. Hindi lang, what will all this equipment result to? Di ba? Ang gusto mo is malaman kagad kung nasa peligro ka. So it's got to be across time scale. Gusto na magsasaka, malaman niya, pwede na ba ako mag-harvest dahil padating na? Masasabihan ba ako 1 week in advance kung maraming ulan? Masasabihan ba ako kung magkaka-El Nino para mapaghanda ko yung aking sakahan? So that is the ability to time scales. So sir, siguro sa delivery one area that you can look into. Will the modernization this one.
yung ating tinitingnan. So for example, ito po yung mga time scale. Talk about one day, hindi ko na, okay. Ito talking about now, nasasabi pa namin kung, sa totoo lang po, nasasabi po natin yan. If you go to, nasasabi po natin dyan, saan umuulan, makikita nyo po yan, on time. Okay? Nasasabi ba hourly? Opo. So may capability na rin po tayo dyan. No? Ma-forecast po ang volume of rainfall. Nakikita po ninyo, kapag ho nagbibigay ng forecast, sinasabi na niya, ang ating pong ito which means it's torrential. Alright? So nasasabi na po natin yan. Hindi lamang po yan. Ang balak po natin is magbigay po ng flood advisory in communities, barangay level. So that is in the works. All right, under the DREAM program, under Project NOAA, ito na po yung ating patutunguhan. Flood in areas. Actually, in Metro Manila, we will be announcing soon. In Metro Manila, the flood, we have modeled the floods in Metro Manila. What do we mean by that? With flood, for example, with the use of radar, malalaman po namin kung gaano karaming ulan. Very soon, within the next few months, kasi we have areas namin na itong babahain, itong area na to sa pagdating ng ulan. We have identified 133 catchment or sub-basins na tinatawag. 133 in Metro Manila. Ano po yun? Yung po yung parang imbudo kung saan nag-iipon yung mga tubig. No? So papaliwanag ko po yun mamaya. Alright, days in advance. Storm surge. If you notice now, we come up with storm surge advisories 24 hours before pag dumarating po ang isang malakas na bagyo. Usually po ang storm surge po kasi nangyayari kapag signal number 2. Alright, na mas malakas po ang 80 kilometers to 120 kilometers per hour. Okay, so we already come out with storm surge forecast. If you have the opportunity, look it up. There's a story that came out. A small town in Daram, Samar, search during Typhoon Ruby. Look it up, Google it. It's in Rappler. How a small town in Mar survive storm surge in Typhoon Ruby. Again, a very, very good example of how now the technology is working even for the little barangays and municipalities in the country. Again, this is again forecasting across time scales, no? From now to hours to days to weeks. Okay? We want to be able to provide you a service that can help you in events planning. May outdoor activities ang Senate. Kaya ba namin sabihin sa inyo na uulan yan? Alright? Magkakaroon ba ng uulanin ba kayo? Kaya na po yan. Alright? Yan po yung mga tinitingnan natin. And the bigger, napapansin po itong white swat na to. Ito yung kanyang confidence level. So syempre, habang lumalayo, mas yung confidence mo, no, as we're all scientists and siguro doon sa mga planners sa atin, mas lumalaki yung of error, no. But we want the objective of modernization of any kind should be to limit na itong errors na ito or even expand this. So you're now looking at seasonal, decadal forecasts, no. 2 years from now, ano ba mangyayari, sir, sa Camiguin? Mas marami bang ulan ang darating dyan? And we need, and if you will ask me, can that be determined? Yes. Doon papasok yung facilities, we will need to do that. No? So that's in agricultural planning, energy, even everything. All right? So, yan po yung tinitingnan natin. No? So, even itong rainfall forecast with climate change projection, Pag-asa has a 25-year to 50-year climate projection. You can actually tell you, 25 years from now, ano kaya ang sitwasyon dito sa rehiyon na ito? Mas marami bang ulan? Mas konting ulan? Based on trends, based on numerical modeling, based on computation. So, Again, this is just a of what we are aiming for. All right, to be able to provide you with better forecast across time scales and accurate weather forecast. No, we were doing that, but more so recently. And I know you have to agree. I don't ayoko naman ipuwersa, but do you think Pag-asa is more accurate now? 'Di ba? Yes, and we do it and we do assess our accuracy and we've been quite satisfied. All right, there's a standard on how to do it and we've been quite satisfied. Okay, we're doing that well, not to compare, but our accuracy is within international is global, no? International yung ating accuracy. All right? So, just to know. So ito po nagagawa ni Pag-asa, no? Daily 25-day outlook is padadamihin pa natin yung products ng Pag-asa. Okay? But right now kasi kami po sa Pag-asa, we have to rely on commercial media to say our piece, di ba? So we are really now focusing on how we package all this information to be available to everyone. All right? 24/7. So gusto natin paggising nyo, baka pagtingin nyo sa telepono nyo, alam mo na kung ano ang panahon. Diba? So yan po ang ating ginagawa. So do flood forecast, hydrological services. Pumunta po tayo sa website ng Pag-asa. Andun po lahat yung inyong kinakailangan. And then of course, we launched Project NOAA. Ito po, if you will, simply put, ano ba itong Project NOAA? Say, ito po talaga ito, na nangyari po yung Sendong, mangyari yan. Alright? Na kailangan maabisuhan natin ng mga tao sa komunidad, lalo na sa ilog, kung tataas ang tubig. So, sabi nga, kailangan for that. You also want to enhance the geohazard. Prior po, mga 5 years ago, currently, ang existing po kasi, our geohazard maps at 1:50,000 scale. It won't cut out anymore. All right? So, we are doing now maps on 2,000 scale. Bahay. Okay? And third, in 2012, as early as 2012, wala pa si Yolanda, the President ordered us to enhance storm surge vulnerability maps. Very, very specific. The President, he wanted a storm surge, which we are doing. And we wish we... All right? So, marami pong project components si NOAA. Ang una po natin ginawa is yung magawa na sarili nating equipment. Alright? Yun po yung hydromet sensors development. Alam niyo po, nung dumating ho kasi kami, ang isa pong equipment is worth almost ₱1 million. These are all imported. So ang ginawa po natin, tinas natin yung mga scientists at engineers natin to come up with made in the Philippines. And we were able to develop at 1/5 of the price of all this imported equipment. So, nung dumating po kami, only 120 equipment or sensors are in place. 2 years after NOAA, we have installed 1,500 sensors all over the country in just 2 years. So from 5, when dumating po tayo, 5 ilog lang po ang merong flood early warning system. Ito po ang Pampanga, Agno, Bicol, Cagayan, and Marikina. Unfortunately, po noong 2009, dumating yung flood early warning system was not working. Hindi ho siya gumagana. Yung 5 projects po na yan were all foreign funded. We have to thank our benefactors. They were all foreign funded. Okay? But in the past 50 years again, 5 lang po na itayo natin. So we have kailangan po natin, lagyan ng solusyon yung problema na yan. Make it cheaper, make it more applicable po sa atin. So that's what we did. Second is the Dream LiDAR mapping program. Yun po do maps at 1:5,000. It's the most advanced technology now in the world. And this technology will be, the output is now being used and napakarami po niyang use. Even for business, even for commerce, even for state planning. So ito po yung mga projects po under NOAA. So lahat po ng mga, we put a focus ho dun sa aming uh, uh, program, again focusing on the killer factors. No, Dream LiDAR is about rains, is about flooding. FloodNet is about the rain that causes flood. Geohazard mapping, again, the geohazard mapping through LiDAR and high resolution images, yan, minamap po niya lahat yung development is to improve our forecast for wind. Okay, landslide sensors development for rain-induced landslides and the hazard ng rain-induced landslides, storm surge and inundation mapping, again yung storms. No? Yung killer factors kanina yung apat, it's covered here in Project NOAA. So simple lang po yung principle nun. Yan ho yung rain cloud, malayo pa lang, the satellite gets it 5 days before. Again, this is planning across time. So, hindi ho ba ngayon, papasok pala ng PAR, meron ka ng snapshot, meron ka ng image ng bagyo. Dati hindi naman natin, kailangan natin hintayin si Amado Pineda para sabihin sa atin nandiyan na. Ngayon po magbukas ka lang ng internet, nandun na yung image ng bagyo. Pagdating, pwede ka na mag-play-by-play. Alright? Pero importante kasi dyan, pagdating pala yung bagyo at paglapit niya, makukuha siya ng ating Doppler radar. Ito yung Doppler radar network ng Pag-asa. By 2016, we would have installed 15 Doppler radars in the country. It has a range of 400-kilometer radius. It can detect now the incoming weather disturbance and determine the speed, gaano ito, saan ito papunta, marami, precipitation, gaano karaming dalang ulan niya. So it detects, the radar detects it. Hulog na yung ulan, our rain gauges, yung kinabit po natin, almost 800 rain gauges all over the country, picks up the data and sends it to us. Alright? Nahuhulog na yung ulan. And through our flood modeling, through the Dream LiDAR program, we can now actually determine kailan aakyat ang tubig. So all of these now are available online. If you go to the Dream project, just Google it. Alright? There's already a may reference na kung kailan tumataas ang tubig. And we've been doing this and we've been issuing out warnings about this. So these are all, ito po yung nakikita nyo with the hydromet sensors. If you go to NOAA site, these are almost more than 1,000 sensors. Pag kinlik nyo isa-isa yan, it tells you kailan huling araw na umulan, umuulan ba ngayon, gaano karaming ulan. Okay, sinong taga Marikina dito? Wala. Okay, taga Marikina, okay? So right now, if you look at the left portion, okay, ayan, okay, yan yung Provident. Yan ba yung actual Yan ba yung actual na flooding sa Provident? Okay, hindi ho. Yan ho ay simulated ng computers namin. Okay, so we can do that simulation now for most of the 18 major river basins. All right, so if you can see yung process. We determine gano'ng karaming ulan, we compute it using our modeling, and hours before we can actually tell you how the flood will look like. Okay? Yan po ang flood yan yung nakakapatay. So those who living in Marikina, you've been Habagat 2012, Habagat 2013, kung bakit po kami nakakapagsabi na in 2 hours aakyat ang tubig dyan ng 20 meters dyan sa tulay na yan, it is because of these technologies that we've started to employ. Yan. So, yan po, and a lot of mobile applications, po yung mobile phones. It was awarded best mobile app in the world. Just recently, 540 were among the top 40 best mobile app in the world. First time nanalo ang Pilipinas. First time nanalo po ang Pilipinas. So you can also check yung aming regular rainfall monitor to the rain check PH. So I hope we can popularize this. So a lot of projects po, and let me just run through them para po tayo. But Doppler radars are very, very important. Again, we accelerated the Doppler radars, the Doppler radar program. Dati po, 2018 pa matatapos yung Doppler radar program. we accelerated it to be finished. Salamat to cut it down to 2016 dahil naging available na po yung funding. Alright, so ito po, no? Ito po yung nagagawa po niya. As you can see, that's Yolanda. You can actually see the actual eye as it crosses your town. Alright, so these are real-time Doppler images that you capture and now actually nasa kamay nyo na. No? Through your mobile phones, through your PCs, makikita mo na. Alright? Alright, so we do a lot of R&D. Okay, kasama po sa modernization yan, we have to ensure that continuous yung R&D natin. We do our own software, very, very important. This is a Climatex developed by Dr. Carlos Primo David of the University of the Philippines. Okay, you see yung kanyang formula. Mananosebleed ka nga lang doon sa formula sa gitna. Pero that's how they compute. All right? He actually counts all the clouds na dumadaan and he track it. Na ito magresulta sa ulan. These are all at we have yung po yung ginagamit natin to forecast rain. Go to Climatex. Yan po. Climatex.ph. You can have rainfall forecasts and current rainfall real time. Okay? Go to that site. Alright? So lahat po yan, ini-integrate na namin yan sa. Alright? So yan yung Climatex website, climatex.dost.gov.ph. Andyan, uulan ba in the next 3 hours? Ano ang posibilidad niyan? Nandiyan sa Climatex. IBM last year evaluated the accuracy of our software and they found it to be more or less nasa 85% accurate. When it says na it will rain, it does rain 85% of the time. Alright, it will not rain. So yun po yung kanyang accuracy level. So patuloy po, no, we have this what we integration for system, and again, it's an R&D objective ng WISE. Alright, look at those grids. Okay, that's almost 2,000 different pixels that you see. They are 4 by 4 kilometer area. Objective here is to do forecast in 4 by 4 grids. We can actually tell you now, and then we can actually tell you in 4 by 4 areas, very, very, probably soon, we can tell you sa Pasay, uulan, at maangde. Okay. So, the trick here is we call it mesoscale forecasting, paliitin yung area of forecast. No? Dati kasi napakalaki, ngayon pinapalit na natin ng pinapalit yan. Okay? So yan po yung ating mga projects under NOAA. No? So look at the pixels, the grid, mas maliliit na ngayon ang areas that we can. So we have detailed forecast now for 2,775 areas, 1,632 municipal, 36 tourist spots. Yan po yung ating ginagawa. No, sa DOST. Alright. Ako, kailangan ko ng bilisan. So, last na lang siguro, ito po yung DREAM para maintindihan po natin where our taxes went. No? The DREAM program, Disaster Risk Exposure Assessment for Mitigation Program, is actually this. No? Meron po tayong equipment sa ilalim po ng eroplano. Ito pong eroplano to has been flying since 2012. Okay, it's been, nakikita nyo, parang ini-scan niya yung buong landscape po natin. Ano? Ini-scan niya. Laser po ang ginagamit yan. At ang napoproduce po niyang mga mapa ay, ito malalaki, matataas po pa dito. Ganyan po kadetalyado yung maps na ginagawa po natin. Kita po ang bubong ng mga bahay. Yan po ang resulta ng LiDAR. Alright? So for example, sa ibang areas po yan, ganyan kalaki, wala ka masyadong mapapansin dyan, pero capable ho siyang tanggalin lahat ng mga bahay dyan sa mapa na yan. At na magresulta, makikita nyo po kung nasaan ang mga ilog, gano'ng kalalim. At so, pwede ho natin tanggalin. Puno, bahay. So, yan po. Pag lumabas na ho yan, and then ilagay mo na gano'ng ulan na mahuhulog, then siguro ma-imagine nyo na how we are doing it. Diba? Saan ho ito? Saan dadalo yung tubig? Bakit babaha sa lugar na to? Nakikita po natin yan through our mapping. Alright? So, kasama po yung Dreamliner dyan. Our objective is to cover, is to do flood forecast in 18 major rivers within 6-hour lead time. We have a second phase for Dream, which is to do LiDAR for 285 more rivers. So yung maliliit na ilog po, kakadors, kung meron kayong sa bayan nyo sa probinsya, may maliit na ilog, big rivers na bumabaha din, so mako-cover na rin po yan. Soon you will be having your flood forecast for your towns, no? Kung sa mga ilog na yan. So yan po ang lalagyan po natin. Alright? So ito po yung mga produkto niyan. Again, very, very detailed hazard maps ang nagagawa po natin yan. So our effort in the country was recognized worldwide when we bagged the 2014 Geospatial World Excellence in Policy Award. They couldn't believe that a small country like us was able to execute such a huge project like this one. Sa United States po, hindi pa po lahat ng states ang nagla-LiDAR. Ngayon lang pa lang sila nagsisimula. Alright? Here in Asia, hindi pa rin po lahat. India, very big progressive country, they have to get an outside contractor to do their LiDAR. Pero ang Philippines po, we did it on our own. We bought the equipment, with help from experts abroad. We are now one of the most capable, if not the most capable in Southeast Asia right now, in this type of science and technology. Alright? Ako, wala na. Ito yung sinasabi ko po sa inyo. No? So, ito na po yung sa Metro Manila. We did the LiDAR, well, using LiDAR from, there was a previous project that made the LiDAR for the country. We did this for Metro Manila rather. So we used yung kanilang output to come up with flood models, no, for Metro Manila. Kita niyo po yung mga ayan, tributaries. Yan po yung mga hindi naman natin nakakita sa mata, pero again, because of LiDAR, nakita niyo po kung saan nagli-lead itong mga baha, no? So we were able to identify 133 of these in Metro Manila. Okay? So yan ho yung pag-automatic, pag umulan, o hindi naman automatic, yan ho yung mga unang pinag-iipunan ng tubig, no? So we are in a few weeks we'll be announcing this kung like, yung mga example niya, Espanya area. If you look at the analysis of Espanya, no? So saan nanggagaling ang tubig? Sino mga taga Sampaloc dito? Sampaloc area. Dumadaan sa Espanya, sir. Dumadaan sa Espanya araw-araw. All right. Lima pala ho ang pinanggagalingan ng tubig sa Espanya, hindi lang isa. So sometimes kapag yung apat hindi mo naman sinolve, babaha pa rin siya. No? So ito po yung use ng lahat ng mga technologies na ginagawa po ng DOST. Alright, a very comprehensive and holistic approach. You've got to see the big picture. And that's the big picture for Espanya. Sobra pa lang, 5 pala ang pinanggagalingan ng tubig ng Espanya. Okay? So these are all now provided sa DPWH. So okay na. Okay? All right. So we did on the flood inundation for Espanya, Manila. So again, just to show you po, no, that these are all ito po yung mga ng DOST. This is where the taxes are going. Na lang po, no? We call it an Intelligent Operations Center through a facility donated by IBM. Pero ganun na po, ano? We sample for an incoming typhoon. We do simulations, and from that swath, okay, from that swath, yung sa gitnang yan, we now determine ilang bayan yan, ilang bang tao dyan, ilan ang kakailanganing relief kung tumama yan. So all these are in the web. Meron po tayong project sa NOAA, we call it the WebSafe. It's available sa NOAA for local government units. They can actually look up site. Every time there's an approaching storm, we can actually tell them how many will be affected, anong kailangan ninyo, ganong karaming bigas ang kakailangan ninyo. Kasi meron ng pinatungan na yan ng demographics ng DSWD, ng NSO. So we can actually do, yun nga, that's why we call it the Intelligent Operations Center. to coordinate all this logistical um, requirement. All right. So, okay. Okay na siguro ako. So, with that, I hope, sir, nabigyan ko kayo ng overview of what the Department of Science and Technology has been doing together with the other agencies also. No? I really find this important, especially now that, again, dito po nag-emanate no, sa legislature ng ating pong all budgetary requests and everything. No? And nag-emanate po dito. It's a very, I really, I'm so glad to be given to explain to everyone what the DOST has been doing. No? So before I end, I'd like to mga taga-DOST nandito, of course, Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, you'll be listening to them. There's another hazard. Ito yung mga technological and we also have our regional director here from the National Capital Region, Dr. Tess Fortuna. Siya po ang pag dito ho kami sa Metro Manila and Dr. Tess, sila Secretary and Mr. Gallardo, please, dapat yun yung po yung maging, sir, yung mga contingencies and all, emergency, dapat kasama na po kayo dun sa grupo nila, Dr. Tess Fortuna, for NCR. All right, of course, the PRLO office and
Thank you very much, ASEC Raymond Liboro, Assistant Secretary for Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction. May I beg So let's take note of those 4 of barangay chairperson, mga will. They're from Barangay Narawan, all the way from Silang, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming. Our next speaker has sent a presenter on her behalf because she has to attend an unexpected urgent meeting. Is it outside of the country, Miss Lita? If I got it right, Miss Lita? Miss Lita, is it outside of the country, the emergency meeting? Japan? Okay. So, nonetheless, we deem it proper to acknowledge her for the lecture or the presentation that she has prepared for us by mentioning or citing her achievements. Dr. Alumanda de la Rosa is a radiation chemist with areas of specialization and research in the field of radiation chemistry, of biomoleculars and natural polymers, radiation processing, and environmental chemistry, on which she has published 45 scientific papers. Recognized as an expert by the International Atomic Energy Agency, she has always been chosen as Cheerios nuclear conferences abroad. She received in 2024 the highest by Filipino career. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the lecture of Dr. De La Cruz, rather, their safe is the chief of the Nuclear Regulatory Division of the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. Let us welcome Division Chief Teofilo V. Leonin.
Maraming salamat sa introduction at magandang umaga ho sa inyong lahat. Sa ngalan ho ni Dr. Director Alomando de la Rosa, ako ay masaya na ikikwentohan ko kayo tungkol sa amin namang program tungkol sa safety ng radiation at nuclear activities ng namin. So actually, iba na talaga ang panahon, pero hindi lang ho dahil sa natural calamities, climate change at saka global warming. Iba na ang panahon dahil marami na hong technological at scientific invention developments na nakapagdulot ng progreso sa buong mundo at sa Pilipinas. Kaya lang itong progreso na ito ay may kasamang risk. Siguro alam niyo naman, bibigyan ko yun ng mga simple example lang. Electricity, electrical technology, pang-araw-araw natin ginagamit. Pero kung iisipin natin, ilan ang namamatay dahil nakukuryente, ilan ang nasusunugan dahil sa electricity. At kaya naman pagpunta natin dito, sumakay tayo ng kotse, jeep, bus. Yan din na isang technology. Isipin natin, ilan ang namamatay, ilan ang nai-injure because of vehicular accidents. So lahat ito, may mga risks. Pero dahil ginagamit natin, kaya at gusto ko sabihin na marami tayong benepisyo. Kasi pagka kinwentuhan ko kayo, makita ninyo yung mga risk, sabihin ninyo, bakit pa tayo nagdagdag ng risk dito sa bansa natin? Ang dami na natin natural risk, natural disaster. Dadagdagan pa. Napakarami ko kasing benefits. Kaya iyon ang ating pag-uusapan ngayon. So sisimula ang aking pagkukwento sa pagdidiscuss ho ng ginagawa ng Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. Sa relate niya nitong mga tinatawag nating nuclear at radioactive materials. At isasabihin ko rin ho ang aming radiation safety programs and activities mula sa aming regulatory activities. Ang PNRI ho ay isang regulatory body, nuclear and radioactive materials. At ang third topic is yung aming ang PNRI ho ay may dual function sa kanyang mandate. First is, of course, promotion. Siyempre, pinopromote namin ang paggamit ng mga radioactive materials. We have second more important function, which is to regulate the use and ensuring the safe utilization of materials. Actually, kung hindi natin i-regulate ito, kung hindi natin ensure na ginagali ho. So paano ho namin? Okay, nabanggit ko na ho, radioactive materials ay sa Pilipinas, ang medical use nito ay marami na rin. Para doon sa hindi nakakaalam, ang pag-treat ng cancer, ginagamit ho ay radioactive material. Marami hong ginagawa ang unnecessary exposure of radiation. At kasi ito maaaring makamatay, maaaring ensure the measures to prevent accidents and emergencies involving radiation. Kaya kami ho ay nakatutok actually sa prevention. Kasi palagay namin, mas kaunti ang magagastos kung piniprevent natin. Rather than magantay tayo na magkaroon ng aksidente, tapos saka tayo kikilos. Yan ho ang aming basic policy. Pero kailangan din mag-prepare para sa accidents and emergencies. By the important sign na yon, babalikan ng sign na ito. Okay, again, yung ating mga beneficial uses, and radiation is actually a part of our lives. Baka hindi ninyo na-realize dito sa kwarto na ito, mayroong mga radioactive materials dito. Yung hangin na hinihinga natin, mayroong mga radioactivity. Yung ibang mga materials dito, may mga konting radioactivity yan. Yung katabi nyo ho, tingnan nyo ho, sila, radioactive ho yung mga yan. Kaya yun hong katabi ninyo na matulog gabi-gabi, kung meron kayong katabi, radioactive din ho, na-expose kayo sa radioactivity niya. So, yun ho, natural radioactivity. Yung mga kinain na ho natin pagka-radioactive. Wala naman ho nangyayari. Natural radioactivity, makikita natin sa nature. Kung sumasakay kayo ng eroplano, kayo ay radioactivity. Naglalakad sa ilalim ng araw, meron ding solar radioactivity. It's part of our lives. Nabanggit ko ho na merong actually gumagamit ngayon sa Pilipinas na more than 300 users ng radioactive materials sa buong bansa. Karamihan naman dito, kalahati nito ay nasa Metro Manila. Okay? At ito ay nabanggit ko na ginagamit sa iba't ibang sa industriya, medicine, sa industry, nagamit ito sa cement industry, so construction, including yung road construction. Marami yung gamit ito. So lahat sila yan, 300 users na nire-regulate ng okay, bakit kailangan i-regulate? Kailangan gamitin itong mga radioactive materials in a proper and safe manner. sinisigurado namin na yung mga gumagamit nito ay well-trained, yung equipment na ginagamit nila ay safe at tama ang pag-radio ay hindi sagad. So ito lahat ang ginagawa ng regulatory body. Sinisigurado niya bago bigyan ng lisensya at habang ginagamit ito, meron kaming inspection program para ma-ensure na laging safe ang paggamit ng mga ito. So, yun namin ang accident-necessary, sure sa ito natin mga kanina ng sources, man-made, yun ho ang karaniwang nililisensyahan ng PNRI. Manufacturing, unfortunately, hindi pa tayo nakaka-manufacture nito mga ito. They are man-made sources including ang nuclear power plants. Okay, so again, magpapakita ko ng mga litrato kung ano-ano itong mga sources na ito. Example, sa medicine. Meron tayo dito ho, sa malalaking ospital, at ito ang isa sa tinasawag nilang teletherapy unit, pang gamot ho ito sa may cancer. Napakataas ho ng radiation na ginagamit dito kasi iyon ang nasa loob ho ng compound ng PNRI. Ito ang ginagamit na pang-industriya, in-expose sa mga products to gamma radiation para ito ay maraming uses so disinfection, mga medical products, mga fruits, vegetables, pati spices. Na-subject dito para ma-prolong life at infest, no? Insect patay na. Pero again, mataas ho ang radiation nito. Again, yung mga ginagamit sa industry, ito ho ay pang-testing ng mga materials. Parang x-ray ho. Sir kayo, no? Imbis na katawan ng tao ang ina-expose at imbis na x-ray ang ginagamit, gamma na ginagamit na equipment na yan. Okay, again, pansinin nyo ho yung mga sign. Yung red na nasa okay, na parang electric fan. Napaka-importante ho ito. Pag makita nyo ho ito, malamang may radioactive material. Okay, so medyo extra precaution pag may nakita kayo nito. Okay? So ito, nabanggit ko nga pala, X-ray is another form of radiation. Alam natin, siguro nag-aaral. X kaparang radiation. Okay, ito yung example ng ginagamit sa construction industry. Ito ang example ng equipment na ginagamit nila. Medyo may problema tayo sa mga radioactive materials na binubuhat lang. Kasi posible itong mawala, maiwanan sa ibang lugar. At pag ito'y nawala, again, pag kinakannibalize yan, natanggal yung mga packaging, na-expose, maaaring ma-expose ang tao sa radioactive material. So, kailangan pangalagaan at ito, inire-regulate din namin. Pero kung may makita kayo sa basurahan, o kaya sa isang junkyard na merong ganyan, siguro bigyan ko na kayo ng tip kung pwede tawagan nyo ang PNRI. Para makaiwas tayo sa... And of course, yung nuclear power plant, isa ngayon sa malaking use ng nuclear technology at nuclear science. Meron tayong isa rito sa Pilipinas, pero hindi nag-ooperate. I-explica ho ni Mr. Mau Marcelo mamaya. Okay, sinabi ko, marami hong benepisyo Pero meron ding mga problema at risks at posible ho magkaroon ng mga aksidente. Okay, paano magkakaroon? Doon sa mga gumagamit ng radioactive materials, pagka hindi nila sinusunod ang tamang patakaran, ang mga procedures, nagpapasok sila ng tao na hindi naman dapat sa lugar na yon. Kahit na rin sa mga ospital, controlled dapat ang mga area. Pero pag pumasok doon ang hindi pasyente, wala naman siya dapat gawin doon sa tabi ng machine na yon. Ma-expose siya sa radiation. Okay? Posibleng ikamatay ito or madalas injury. Pero hindi ho katulad naman ng nuclear bomb na talaga makakamatay. Hindi naman kagad makakamatay. Depende ho sa lakas ng radiation. Okay? Sa medicine, sa mga research institution, sa ibang bansa, marami na ho na nagtitas event. I'd like to think na ito ay result ng aming regulatory program, no? Pero who knows, baka hindi lang na-report. Pero as of now, we do not have any recorded case of a radiation accident, but nevertheless, we prevent first, and then in case there or an emergency, respond. At again, ang aming response, papakita ho namin sa inyo maya-maya. Okay, ano mga nangyari? Sabi ko, mundo, ang isa sa mga nangyari sa Thailand. Ang nangyari ho, yung source, yung panggamot ng cancer, ay nakaligtaan. Nagsarado ang ospital, naiwan sa building nila, at napabayaan. Ito ay eventually naitapon sa junkyard at doon ibalize. Natanggal yung mga shielding niya at na-expose ang ilang tao. 4 na tao ho ang namatay. Okay, kaya ito isang example na pag hindi tayo mag-iingat, pagpabaya ang owner at user ng radioactive material, delikado to. And of course, kaya siguro napabayaan ay nagpabaya din ang regulatory body. Kaya doon ho kami nag-iingat. Being the regulatory body, sinisigurado namin, lalo na yung mga malalaking radioactive material, na dapat ito ay under regulatory control always. Okay, so pwede rin magkaroon ng aksidente. Ito siguro ang medyo highest probability na pwedeng mangyari. Lahat ho ng ating radioactive materials, so manggagalang i-transport yan galing sa pier, papunta doon sa mga opisina. Anong mangyayari pag nagkaroon ng aksidente? So yun ho ang isa sa mga piniprepare namin. Okay, ito again ang mga examples ng radioactive material na na-involve sa aksidente sa ibang bansa. At one main cause, kasi ayan tinatawag naming orphan sources. Ito ho yung napabayaan outside of regulatory control or they were abandoned or lost. So again, particular kami para sa mga nawawala. Posibleng mawala na mga radioactive sources. Sapagkat yan ay pagka kinanibalized, itinago, may nangyari sa ibang bansa, inuwi, at katabi niyang matulog. So yun, talaga na-expose sa radiation at yung may namatay dahil doon. Ito yung nangyari sa Brazil. Okay? At worse, kung yung napabayaang radioactive source na ito ay mapapunta sa mga elements, ang mangyari, radioactive dinikit sa isa, huwag nilang RDD o radiological dispersal device, pwedeng sumabog ito at magkaroon ng wide contamination. And of course, bang to create is sumidi patay dyan, ano sa palagay ninyo ang cost? Cost ng RDD? Yung bang radioactive material o yung bomba? So most likely, ang nakakamatay doon yung bomba. Pero bakit takot na takot tayo sa mga ganito? Eh because yung psychological effect ng radioactive material. Diba? So natatakot tayo. Pero actually, mas delikado yung bomba kaysa sa radioactive material. Pero importante rin na pangalagaan lahat ang radioactive material para hindi ito mapunta sa mga terorista. Okay, kaya lahat ito, pupunta na ho tayo naman ngayon. Pag nagkaroon ng aksidente, remember, we try our best, ang priority namin is to prevent the accident. Okay? Pero anong gagawin ng gobyerno, ng PNRI, kung magkaroon ng aksidente? So ang gobyerno natin nag-develop ng tinatawag naming RAD Plan or National Radiological Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan. At ang purpose dito ay really to respond pag nagkaroon tayo ng emergency. Okay? So, dinidescribe ito yung kanyang ating organized responsibilities, authorities, at napakaraming ahensya ng gobyerno, mga 20 agencies of the government. Anong coverage nito? Accidents involving locally regulated radioactive sources or facilities. Medyo confident kami rito na dahil pagka under regulatory control, medyo na supervise namin. May mga inspectors kami. At every year, nire-renew ang kanilang lisensya. Siyempre, bago namin i-renew, tinitignan namin na okay pa rin ang kanilang paggamit ito. Okay, transportation, bagit ko na kanina, falling satellites. The last time was about 20 years ago. Isang Russian Cosmos satellite na bumagsak. May radioactive material that bumagsak siya outside the Philippine area of responsibility. Nuclear radiological terrorist attack, nabanggit ko na rin. Emergencies in other countries. In a way, dahil wala tayong nuclear power plant, hindi tayo namumroblema dito. Pero, yung ating mga neighboring countries, kahit na yung Japan na medyo malayo-layo na, tayo ay natakot pa rin at naapektuhan. So, alam niyo ba kung alin ang pinakamalapit na nuclear power plant sa Pilipinas? Sino nakakaalam? Malapit lang ho. Less than 1,000 kilometers from the northern tip of Luzon. Nasa Taiwan ho. Meron silang 4 ba na operating point. Tingdi ang T. Kayo, maalin natatakot tayo lahat. So, kung ko pa rin nawa na ito ho, dinevelop the initiative of the PNRI with the help of agencies of the government, including the RMC. Philosophy, in spite of regulations, preventive measures, so the emergency plans are necessary, including the RAD plan, at lahat ho ng licenses namin, nire-require namin na magkaroon ng emergency plan. Okay, all users and owners of radioactive materials are required to implement emergency plans, procedures, na related dito sa national plan or RAD plan. Okay, ano ba ang posibleng maging epekto pagka aksidente, ma-expose tayo sa radiation? Okay, siyempre may radiation induced yan, kailangan itong specialized treatment. Okay, may posibleng contamination. Pati ang radiation worker, medical emergency responders, kailangan pangalagaan kasi baka sila ang unang ma-expose sa radiation. So lahat ito ay covered, tinitignan ang medical symptoms ng radiation exposure. Again, transport agencies medyo meron din kami plano kung magkaroon, of course, unfortunately, radioactive materials. Kung medyo delikado ang sitwasyon, please ipagpaalam ninyo. PNR na sa DOST, kahit na sa NDR, hopefully yung police nila gagawin. Again, napakarami ho dapat i-training, inform sa police, sa first responders, sa fire. Medyo kakaunti pa lang sa kanila ang natitrain. Kailangan ho ang continuous training. Again, nuclear accidents, posible yung mangyari. Kahit na napakalayo sa bansa natin. Research reactor. Meron tayong research reactor sa Pilipinas, nasa PNR ayo. Buti na lang hindi na gumagana ngayon. No? Pero hindi natin alam somewhere in the future. Nuclear power plants, of course, nuclear submarine. Hindi natin alam. Maraming paikot-ikot sa Pilipinas. Ano mangyayari pag nagkaroon ng aksidente sa kanila? Kailangan din ho prepared tayo. Other potential consequences, of course, environmental, pag nag-contaminate large areas of the country, hindi na natin magagamit yun for the next probably 100 or thousands of years. Economic losses, psychological. Nangyari ho yun sa atin nung Fukushima. Pero kung tutusin, ano bang nangyari, ano bang nagawa sa atin ng radiation again, we still need to do this more often para doon sa APEC, magkakaroon din ho kami ng training, drills, and exercises. And it is you can actually request O actually, for how many years na may mga nagre-request sa amin, may nakikita silang suspected radioactive materials. So, yan po, sana nabigyan ko kayo ng, ng informasyon tungkol sa amin. Kung meron pa kayong tanong, anytime, pwede ho kayong tumawag. Bilis, what we are on call. Kung tanong lang, pwede ho 24 hours. Matatawagan ho kami, ako, being the emergency manager, or mga alternates ko, pwede hong masagot ang tanong nyo kung very urgent. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Chief, Division Chief of the Philippine National Operations and Maintenance. After his graduation, he was taken in by the Philippine Atomic Energy Commission, now called PNRI, for licensing and PP. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mauro L. Marcelo Jr.
Thank you, Ma'am Evelyn. Nandito po ako para hindi sabihin sa inyo na yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant ay isang disaster. Isa nga ho siyang option ng government para to limit significantly the effects of weather-related disasters. What? Pwede po ba nating i-operate pa yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant? Anong suggestion ng nuclear plant? Konting discussions on the BNPP itself and the way forward. So what is nuclear energy? Well, nuclear energy is a way to generate heat using the fission process of atoms. Na-sustain po ito, halos limitless yung supply na energy na ating makukuha. Ito po ang isang schematic diagram ng nuclear plant. Nandito po yung kanyang nuclear fuel, pinukukulo po ng tubig. Ang nuclear plant po natin, ganito rin po yung sa Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, pressurized water reactor. Ang temperature po dito, 340 degrees centigrade. Pag hindi po ba, pag 100 lang, nagbo-boil na siya. Hindi po kasi dapat mag-boil ang tubig dito. Kasi pag nag-boil, may expose fuel sa air, magkakaroon ng daw. Bawal po yun. Kaya pinipressurize po niya, may pressurizer to a very high ng steam at paikutin niya yung turbina, magge-generate ng kuryente. Pag na-exhaust na niya yung energy niya dito sa turbina, palalamigin siya using the water from the sea. Galing na po sa dagat ito para maging tubig siya at ganyan lang po, paikot-ikot. Mapapansin nyo na walang direct connection from ito po yung reactor control system na radioactive saka po sa environment. Modern power plants na galing po sa kaya po ito po yung isa sa inventor. At globally, sa ngayon po, more than 16% of the electricity generated is from nuclear. Ito po, pinakamarami po US, susunod France. France, 85% ng kanyang electricity ay from nuclear. So marami na po. There are more than 433 reactors operating in the world right now. Sa ngayon po, ang very significant ang development ng nuclear power sa Asia. China halos every month nagko-commission siya ng isang unit. Ito po, 120 yung kanyang plano. Sa Taiwan, yung sinabi ni Sir Boots kanina, 7 na po yung nag-ooperate sa kanya. So, talagang sa Asia, napaka-lupit ng nuclear. Pero tingnan natin yung sa ASEAN. Kasi nandun tayo yun ang labanan natin Indonesia, ang plano po niya, 4. Pero sa ngayon, nakapag-conduct na yung IAEA, yung International Atomic Energy Agency, ng peer review sa programa ng Indonesia. At sinabi niya na the right and the complete infrastructures para magtayo na siya ng nuclear plant. So ready na siya. Sa Malaysia, wala pa rin siyang nuclear plant, pero meron na siyang Malaysian Nuclear Power Corporation, which acts as the nuclear energy program implementing organization. Patungo na rin siya na magtayo ng nuclear plant. Thailand, siyang formal government. So, Vietnam, by 2020, meron siyang 1,000 megawatts in operation. So, talagang may ikutan tayo ng mga bansang mga nuclear power plant. Kaya alam po natin ang nuclear power mura siya. So, mangyari niyan, yung mga industry hindi na pupunta sa atin o baka alis pa iba. Ngayon, bakit po natin kailangan dito? Ibig po sabihin ng base load, ito po yung mga plantang nag-ooperate 2300 scale. Yung wala palagi sila nag-ooperate. Kaya yung mga base load yun, itong oil, natural gas, coal. At kung bakit ang pinakamahaba na ratio ay lahat, pero no capacities mo ay mahina. Mahina yung power power system mo. Yan po ang nangyayari ngayon sa Mindanao. Kulang sila ng base load kasi puro hydro yung nasa kanila doon eh. Pag tag-araw, katulad niya, magtatag-araw, wala na siyang planta na aandar. So, ito po, uranium lang ito. We have thorium, which is 5 times more. So, that's why we could say if a country wanted to have a secured energy, kailangan Ngayon, paano po niya nagagawa din to? 1 gram of uranium, yung pong nandun, sinlaki po yan ng kalahati ng candy. Mas maliit pa sa kalahati ng candy. Ang energy madiderive natin sa kanya ayan, katumbas po ng hindi masyado mabasa rito. Ito. 9 drums of oil saka 3 tons of coal. Mga 70 bags of coal po yan. Pero hindi lang po yun. Kasi yung fuel po yun, pag nagamit mo sa reactor for ang nakuha mo lang energy sa kanya, yung nagamit mo sa kanya, 10% lang. You still have more than 50% more energy na naka-store dun sa nagamit na. So, as you use the fuel, you generate more energy resource. Kaya po yung mga bansang katulad ng US, Japan, secured na po yung energy nila sa future. Kasi ang dami nilang nuclear plant eh. At talagang kailangan po nating mag-nuclear kasi as early as 1960, na-determine na ito nung isang mission na pinadala ng IAEA. Doon sa report niya na Prospects of Nuclear Power in the Philippines, IAEA recommended that we should seriously look at putting up a nuclear plant in the Luzon grid. Kaya nga po, ito yung naging basis kaya pinatayo yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. Ligtas po ba ito? Is it safe? Well, in terms of design, isa sa design, ang design concept na ginagamit ng nuclear plant ay yung tinatawag nating defense in-depth approach. Ito po yung ginagamit ng military sa kampo na naglalagay siya ng mga barriers para kung lulusob ang kalaban, maraming barriers na tawag doon sa it will bar the enemies from coming in. Ganun po yan. And a nuclear plant did this through high quality of design and construction at marami po siyang equipment that prevents operational disturbances developing into problems. At meron din po siyang mga redundant systems. Meron na siyang reserve at meron pa siyang spare. Kaya po ang initial cost ng nuclear plant mahal. Kasi yung mga sistema niya, hindi lang isa. At wag. So, discuss po natin na isa pa sa kung bakit natin masabing safe ang nuclear power plant. Ano po? Ang katulad po ng Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, yung po nasa picture, meron po siyang tinatawag na containment structure. Well, ito. Ng West, meron tinatacture. Yung loob po niya, ito, meron po siyang stainless steel containment vessel. 1.5 inch stick po ito na nung pinapabricate po namin, dinala po dito yan, pira-pirasong stainless eh. Hindi naman po isang buo. So dito, winelding sa site. Mga nag-welding po nga niya, puro babae. Kasi mas maganda raw ang pulso ng mga babae. Ngayon, ang industry standard then was yung lahat ng weldments mo, kung nakapasa ng 20% using radiographic testing, yung lahat ng weldments mo, pasado na. Pero ito, ang ginawa namin, 100% lahat ng welding nag-undergo ng radiographic testing. So we are sure that even a pinhole leak, wala. Sigurado po yan. Ngayon, ito naman pong containment structure, concrete structure. Ito po kasing Bataan along the route of the commercial airplane. The regulation requires that if the biggest airplane will struck this kailangan walang mangyayari dito. Ganun po katibay yung design ng yan. 1 metro po ang thickness niya na kahit nakadesign po siya sa 747, striking it, walang mangyayari dito. So, iyan po sa mga safety ang basis ng seismic design po niya nakabase sa intensity 8 earthquake. So, at intensity 8, it will just shut down. Compare po natin ito sa Fukushima. Fukushima intensity 7. Ito po. Ito po yung, kasi po ang Fukushima 19 PP natin generation 2 na upgraded. At ang design niya magkaiba. Ito yung Fukushima, boiling water. Yun ang mga PNPP pressurized, which is safe compared to the boiling water reactor. At masisigurado rin po natin na ligtas kung inoperate natin yung PNPP kasi po meron siyang 3 sisters plant abroad na nag-ooperate right now. Yung Angrawan sa Brazil, Crisco sa Yugoslavia, at Corito sa Korea. Lahat po ng tatlong ito nag-operate. BNPP lang ang hindi. Pero gumastos po tayo ng additional money para ma-upgrade po siya at sasabihin ko mamaya. Ngayon, ito pong Crisco sa Yugoslavia, ito po yung reference plant ng PNPP. Kasi po, pag magtatayo kayo ng nuclear plant, kailangan meron kayong reference plant. Kasi yun, approved na yung design po, yung reference plant. Yung mga plant, nanggagaling po sa Crisco. Pero binabago namin kasi merong pagbabago sa PNPP. At ito pong plantang ito, Crisco, it is the nuclear plant that has attained the highest availability ever for a nuclear power plant in the world. Nasinda rin natin at 30 years na rin. At hindi rin pababayaan ng international organization. I-operate natin yung BNPP na hindi natin na-address itong mga various infrastructure issues na kailangan nating i-address bago tayo even consider plan. So, 11 po itong infrastructure na nire-require ng IEA na dapat nating sundin o ma-address hindi na equipment. Pero nung 2010, KEPCO conduct a feasibility study on whether BNPP can still be rehabilitated. It means one port of the plant system should be replaced. The rest will just require inspection, overhauling, testing, and BNPP can be rehabilitated successfully at $1 billion for about. So, pwede pa. Ang isa sa mga advantage ng BNPP, ito po. Kahit po magtayo tayo ng napakaraming nuclear plant, it practically doesn't contribute to global. Ito po yung carbon dioxide footprint ng BNP ng nuclear plant. Pinakamababa po siya. At nagkaroon ng study noong 1960. Dito po. Kung walang nuclear plant of the could have melted. Kung nangyari yon, di mas marami tayong disaster. Na sabi nga ni Yusek Liboro kanina, malalakas na yung ating mga bagyo. Kaya po, gawa po ito ng climate change. So, isa po ito sa mga advantage ng ng nuclear power plant. Alam po natin na nung nuclear tayo, yung techno-develop lahat ng nuclear power plant, yung technology nila mataas. Kasi po ang nuclear power plant, it employs coal and gas. Talaga po mas murang nuclear. Lalo sa kung i-compare natin sa renewable. I-rehab po na power plants for say 5 years. Ang lalabas pong kuryente sa kanya ₱2. Compared that to coal, the same 600 megawatts, ₱6. Puro carbon emission pa po yung yung coal. Nuclear plant wala. Pero ngayon, ang mga nakalinya nating power plant na itatayo, puro coal. Di po ba? So, pero dahil dito sa aksidenteng ito sa 3 Mile Island, sinuspend ni President first operational safety analysis review team 1 para tingnan kung okay yung construction ng power plant. Kung makikita po ninyo, maglagay ng nuclear fuel sa reactor. Pag ginawa namin yon, dire-diretso na yon. After 1 year, commercial operation na siya. Nagko-conduct na kami ng mga public hearings noon kasi for loading, kailangan kami ng PNRI ng operating license. Kaya lang, April 19, nung 86, nagkaroon po ng change of government. The new government decided the Bataan. So since then, up to now, we are doing the preservation and the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. Noong April 2007, nabayaran na po fully yung loan, $2.3 billion na loan. At ang naging, ang tingin ng gobyerno noon, we have a white elephant there doing nothing. Baka pwedeng matingnan ito. So we seek an assistance from IEA para tingnan yung kung pwede pa yung BNPP. At nagpadala siya ng nagpadala nuclear power plant. Paanda rin po ba natin ito o gagastusan pa natin ng milyon-milyon yearly to preserve it? So right now, headed by PNI, we are conducting nuclear information and education to stakeholders. Tulad po nito, and as explained. Po ba? Bukod doon, yung pong local, sabi, Mr. Marcelo, yun namang nuclear plant naman okay sa akin. Wala problema sa akin yan. Pero huwag mo dyan itayo, sabi niya. Pero po sa Korea, this is Busan. Tourist city po yan sa Korea. Nakaharap po yan sa Japan na during summer, more than 5, tagal na po yan. So it doesn't prove that kung may nuclear plant ka, kailangan malayo yung mga tao, ganyan. Hindi po totoo yun. Kung nag-ooperate yung BNPP, tumayo ka sa gate, yung radiation na marireceive mo, yung Korea, 20 ton. Kasi dagdag na siya ng 2 na nuclear plant. Alam naman po natin yung, di ba, ang Korea niyan ngayon. Pero just to think of it, sabay na sabay lang po tayo nag-nuclear ng Korea. Mas mataas pa nga po yung economic status natin sa Korea noong mga 1960s. Gawa po ng Korean War. Sabay na sabay tayo pumasok sa Korea sa nuclear. Pero noong 1986, gawa ng Chernobyl, sumunod tayo sa ibang bansa. Hindi natin yung mga economies na hindi nag-US, bagsak yung kanya economy. Di po ba? Philippines. So,
Thank you very much of Napocor Asset Preservation, Engineer Mauro Marcelo Jr. Thank you po. Salamat sa information and for giving us a historical background of the Samora. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, it's at the top of our minds, right? It's the Bataan. Wouldn't anybody be really thinking of the Bangsamoro? Come on, give me an answer. Isn't it the highlight of today's issues? Okay, it's no excuse. I made a mistake. I'm sorry for that. It's Bataan. A power plant. Okay. And mic test. First and foremost, a fault finder. You know, but don't get me wrong. In geologic parlance, a fault finder is a geologist whose business is finding faults in the earth. He obtained his BS geology degree from UP. His master in science in geological sciences from the University of Illinois in Chicago, and his PhD in earth sciences from Scripps Institution of Oceanography, University of California. In 2007 and 2009 and 2012, he was subject matter expert for public service, the professional of the year in the field of geology by the Professional Mission for Government Service given by the Philippine Professional as 2010. And he received the Presidential Gawad Career Executive Service from the Executive Service Board in 2011. Let's give it up. Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. DOST, Dr. Renato U. Solido.
Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon. Nasa katanghalian na tayo, so hindi ko alam kung morning o hapon. But I hope on the Senate building if you want. And internally, as you listen to me, evaluate if your place is also safe. Okay? So, what is the reality? Ano bang realidad? The reality is that the Philippines is blessed with many hazards. Tayo'y pinagpala ng maraming panganib.
Hindi kayo natawa. From geologic hazards, earthquakes, tsunami, volcanic eruptions, to hydrometeorologic hazards related to typhoons, storm surges, floods, and landslides. Natural hazards, hindi pa kasama ang man-made hazards. Okay? So with this reality, these events. As you know, DOST is a vital agency in monitoring the different natural hazards. Hazards, groups of hazards that DOST would focus on. The hydrometeorologic hazards are those related to weather and climate. So, nandyan yung Pag-asa and Project NOAA to deal with this hazard. With hazards that are related to weather and climate, their tendency is to look up from the ground to the sky. So, parati silang nakatingala sa langit. I call them the makalangit na scientista ng DOST. On the other hand, the geologic hazards, like earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, are events that are triggered from below the ground, galing sa ilalim. Ito, PHIVOX. Kami ang tawag, makamundo o makalupang ahensya ng DOST. Kasi nga, galing sa ilalim. Okay? So, magkaiba trabaho ng Pag-asa, magkaiba ang PHIVOX. We sometimes think that we are prepared for disasters. However, for extreme events like Super Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda, once we see the destruction of that event, we will say we have not imagined that this will happen to us. Despite the advancement in technology, in science, and our experiences in disasters, sa dami nating naranasan, and even in other countries, appreciate what fathom, hindi natin kayang maisip kung ano mangyayari sa atin kung sobrang laki na ng mga panganib na darating sa ating bansa. Take the case of Yolanda. Last 2013, Philippines happened in Bohol Island. Bohol Island is the neighbor of Cebu. What happened in Bohol was the fault that moved in Bohol enabled a big part of Bohol to move physically closer to Cebu by 55 centimeters. Ganun po kabilis ang paglapit ng Bohol sa Cebu. So kunyari may boyfriend o girlfriend ka sa Cebu at ikaw ay taga-Tagbilaran, you became 55 centimeters closer to your lover in an instance. And that's the power of an earthquake. Okay? Ganun kalaki ang puwersang buong isla na palapit sa Cebu. And that earthquake was of magnitude 7.2. Any earthquake of magnitude 7 is called a major earthquake. 200 ang namatay, close to 70,000 na bahay ang nasira, roads, bridges, seaports got damaged. And there was no power, water supply, and even communication for some areas for several days or weeks. Imagine the same magnitude of earthquake will happen in Metro Manila. Magnitude 7.2. Ano mangyayari sa atin? Now, if you look at various lessons that we can learn, disaster Philippines, ang mapulot doon. In the government, and you, as part of the government or as an individual citizen, need to monitor the communities. And the DOST, trabaho namin yon. Ang trabaho nyo, sundan nyo kami. Ano ba ang balita? Pag-asa PHIVOX, Project NOAA, para kayo ay ma-warn at para ang inyong pamilya ay maging ligtas. O para malaman kung wala kayong pasok dito, wala. Second, we need to simulate the hazards and effects. Bago pa mangyari yung disaster, dapat makita na natin kung ano mangyari sa ating mga lugar. Third, if we know something, we need to communicate this effectively. Hindi pwedeng itago yun. We need to share this so that you can use this to prepare. On local government and every citizen, merely to the information or warning given. Kasi kahit anong moderno ng ating ginagamit na instrumento, kahit nibigay na tayo ng warning or information, kung walang reaction sa publiko at local government or national government, marami pa rin mamamatay at masisira. So yung response is really a very important role that every one of us should do. Dapat ang business natin na hindi lang empleyado ng Senate or opisyal ng Senate or anumang gobyerno or private citizen, dapat business din natin ang maging safe from disasters. Because these will affect us. Now, alam na natin na madalas mabisita ang ating bansa ng mga natural hazards. So the next question that we should tackle is for and reduce the risk from these various natural hazards. Paano ba tayo maghanda? Nabanggit ko na kanina na sa tingin ko ang problema kung bakit marami pa rin namamatay ay kulang tayo sa imahinasyon. We lack the proper disaster imagination. Mahilig naman tayo mag-imagine, di ba? Mga conspiracy theory. Why not use imagination in a proper context for disasters? Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge. Sabi ni Einstein, kahit ano ang alam mo, kahit gaano karami ang alam mo, pag hindi mo ginamit at inimagine mo kung paano gagamitin yung alam mo to solve problems, to invent something for the good of everyone, baliwala yung knowledge mo. We need to tie up all of this information that you are given, or we will know the problems. Okay? A case of imagination done by Albert Einstein is a story that I've read. Sikat si Albert Einstein nung kapanahonan niya. Kaya lang walang TV noon. So hindi kilala ng mga tao mukha ni Albert Einstein. Pero alam niyo na si Albert Einstein, di ba? Mukha niya yung kulot-kulot na maputi buhok, no? Typically yun yung itsura niya. He got tired of delivering lectures kasi sunod-sunod yung kanyang lecture. So he asked his driver to deliver the lecture for him. But the driver hesitated for a while, thinking one of the audience would ask him a difficult question, he will not be able to answer it. So he asked Albert Einstein what will be the solution to the problem. So Albert Einstein imagined an answer, and he gave that answer to the driver. So the driver agreed to deliver the lecture. So nagsalita siya, ang ganda ng delivery ng driver. Kasi sa ulado niya sasabihin ni Einstein eh. After he was finished, he was given a standing ovation. Lakbakan. Then the dreaded first question came. Napakahirap ng tanong. But the driver confident, "Sir, your question is so easy that even my driver can answer it," pointing to Albert Einstein, posing as the driver. No? Ganun lang kasimple solusyon ni Albert Einstein. So ibig sabihin, maraming problema, may solusyon. But we need to think hard of how we can make sure that we anticipate that problem. Hindi ka mag-iisip ng solusyon na nandun na yung problema. So for me, in disasters, we need to imagine the disaster and the solutions that will be appropriate to the scale of the disaster that will happen. Passed the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act in 2010. And you've heard of the word disaster risk reduction. Pero ano ba talaga ibig sabihin ng disaster risk reduction? Okay? Disaster risk is essentially the potential loss. Loss of lives, injury, loss of assets, property, business, or loss of social function. No? Hindi lang kayo maka-telephone, disaster na sa inyo minsan yon. So, disaster risk is essentially controlled by three factors. Hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. What is the hazard? Panganib, natural man-made. Exposure would be who are there? People, what assets are there, or what businesses are there in the area that can be affected by the hazard. Third is vulnerability. That degree or the those in the hazard area. If we represent the factors as circles, these three circles will in a zone, and that's the disaster risk. Our goal here in our society is to reduce that red zone. So we can reduce the different factors. So, first, can we reduce the hazard? Kaya ba nating pababain ang intensity o magnitude ng lindol o lakas ng hangin ng bagyo? Sa ngayon, hindi pa. So what can we do? We can assess the areas that can be affected, and we can estimate the potential losses related to the event. Yun lang ang kaya natin. Babain yung lakas ng lindol o lakas ng hangin ng bagyo. So the circle is the same. Exposure. Yes. So we can make the circle, the diameter of the circle smaller for... How can we reduce the exposure? If there is warning, people evacuate. So the population will be much less than before the warning. So, lesser na ang risk. Pero dapat sumunod ang tao sa warning. Ay yung Yolanda nagbigay ng warning, hindi sumunod, or sumunod pero doon din sa hazard zone lumipat, hindi pa rin naalis yung exposure. Second, proper land use. I-restrict ang paggamit ng lupa ng tama, sa tamang paggamit. There's a National Land Use Act, no? Sino yun? Meron tayo, tagal-tagal na. Importante yan. So that we will be able to reduce the exposure. At number 3 option is relocate. Relocate people from dangerous grounds to other areas. Kaya lang ang problema sa relocation, kunti lang ang lupa ng Pilipinas. So, hindi tayo pwede mag-relocate ng mag-relocate. So, the next option that we need to take would be reduce the vulnerability. Bawasan ang posibleng sa mga business vulnerability. And that is done by proper education, awareness, preparedness, response, and mitigation measures like engineering. No? Importante po yun. So, yung unang kailangan to reduce the vulnerability to be educated of what can happen in an area like an earthquake, types or tsunami. If we're here in the Senate, ang isipin natin, what will be the hazards that will be around, okay, that will visit the Senate building or Manila, and then what will be the consequence. So for me, disaster imagination would involve the following. Ito pong sa gitnang box, ito po yung disaster imagination. At yung nasa gilid, ito po yung 4 phases of disaster management followed by all countries. Preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Preparedness is essentially making people be aware and be prepared of what can happen, and they respond to the warning environment so that they are safe if these events would happen. So, essentially, preparedness is to save lives. Is essentially the countermeasure so that the effect to us, to the business, will be much less. Okay? Ito pong ginagawang preparedness and mitigation dapat ginagawa bago magka-disaster. However, in extreme events like Super Typhoon Yolanda or very big earthquake, despite our preparedness and mitigation measures, meron pa rin naaapektuhan. Critical facilities are vulnerable to this. Example, kung lumindol, ano ba ang usapan sa Senate? Will you have your sessions? Or kung hindi, when do you start your sessions? Agenda, then what you need to do is make sure that if there will be an earthquake, you can imagine the impact of the earthquake to the airport. And if you know the impact, then get ready all the equipment, the necessary parts, and personnel that can fix the problem and operate the airport with within one day. Bakit po if we don't, what we will respond and recover, and that is very slow. Because science can help us imagine the consequence. If we don't have that preparedness to respond, then our recovery will be much slower. People would tell us, and I'm advocating for this step so that we can respond and recover as soon as possible. Now, that might be a little bit complex. Pagdating ng operation, we can just subdivide our activities into 4 major groups. First, monitoring, giving the warning and dissemination, and number 4 is response. And all of these responses, parte kayo dito. Parte ang government, local government, kayo at lahat ng tao. Individual safety, family safety, organizational safety, and safety of the whole community. Okay? So I will show you how PHIVOLCS addresses these 4 major activities. PHIVOLCS has a strategic plan geared towards making sure that our communities have enhanced their safety. Kasama tayo sa community. And to do this, we listed 5 major sets of activities. Ang unang gusto namin malaman o gawin is accurately predict and simulate the geologic events that will happen in the future. Parang hindi option na natin. Second, provide highly accurate and timely warning. Ang lindol po hindi nabibigyan ng warning, pwedeng tsunami at pwedeng volcanic eruption. Number 3, to monitor and warn effectively, a cost-effective monitoring and warning system. No? Ginagawa ng DOST yan. Number 4 and 5, very important. We cannot assure your safety. Is dependent on your response. So, pwede naming i-share lahat ng aming alam sa inyo at warning, but unless you apply what you learn, hindi namin ma-assure yung safety nyo. So, we need to collaborate with various partners to make sure that proper information warning and preparedness are handed down to the barangay level where you are part of. And number 5, we enhance our collaboration with various sectors, scientists or any other groups, Senate or any other groups, so that we can make sure that our activities are geared towards enhancing the safety of our community. We have volcano, earthquake, tsunami, earthquake hazards assessment, volcanic hazards assessment, and more importantly, disaster preparedness and risk reduction. Okay? Napuputol dito, no? Putol. Yung nakikita. So, ang unang kailangan nyo malaman sa disaster imagination, what are the hazards that can affect our place? Okay. I'll focus on earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, including tsunami. The Philippines is blessed with many earthquakes. Po kaya sinabi ni Dr. Solidum, ilan bang isla ng Pilipinas? 7,100 islands. Or Panglao Island, or Boracay Island, or the province of Cebu, or Negros, or Samar, or Port Zambales, or Baguio. All the areas that I mentioned have rocks that were formerly underwater before. Limestones are made up of corals. Yun yung white beach. But why are corals or limestone found on top of Baguio City? It's because of earthquakes. The chromite and nickel mines of Zambales are found in ocean lava, formerly underwater. They're lifted up because of earthquakes. You cannot enjoy Boracay and Panglao Island or cannot live in Bohol if not for earthquakes. Kaya nga, earthquakes are a blessing. But not if the earthquake would happen soon or now or in the future, it will be a curse for many of you, right? But earthquakes, but what are the impacts of an earthquake? The impacts of an earthquake are attributed to the different hazards that it would be associated with. What is the foremost hazard that all of you wanted to know? Ha? Anong panganib ang gusto niyo malaman? Alam ko gusto niyo malaman nasaan yung fault. Tama? Because I know that you are all fault finders. Diba? You want to know where the fault is, so you're a fault finder. Nabiro lang. We want to know where the fault is so that we don't build on top of it. But the width, yung lapad po ng fault, hindi ganun kalapad. Makitid lang po yan. So, if you avoid the fault, then wala ka ng problem sa ground rupture. Ang problem talaga natin is the strong ground shaking. Okay? Pwedeng bumagsak ang building sa strong ground shaking. Second, there can be liquefied ang lugar. Third, Gallardo, matagal ko nang kilala to, is better than a well-financed political campaign. They always ensure a landslide. Oh, sigurado may landslide. Kapag may fire. Ang fault naman ay nasa dagat at umangat yung lupa, pwede magka-tsunami. No? Lupa, walang tsunami. Pero kung ang earthquake naman ay nasa dagat, walang ground rupture but the rest of the hazard. Okay? So, what are faults? Faults are simply fractures on the ground where earthquakes have taken place. And faults can move horizontally, vertically. Some faults have appeared on the surface. We have mapped this. Some at the surface, we call earthquakes. In Negros 2013 earthquake in Bohol were generated by blind faults. Yung hindi lumilitaw, all partly lumitaw na after the earthquake. Okay, avoid building on top of it, the fault. Because a house built on a fault that will rupture the surface will obviously be ruptured. The bottom figure, I'm not sure if you can see it from the back, you would see a house near the North Bohol fault that moved. The story was like this. During the earthquake, the housewife, the owner of this house, went out of the house. Kasi lumilindol na. When she got out, she saw the fault appear. Wala pang cliff dati, and she saw the cliff appear. Now, you will be surprised that this house is still standing. Why? Because it was not built on top of the fault, and it is made up of light materials. Or if your house is concrete, make it earthquake resistant. I know several geologists from the United States Geological Survey that they have a house very near the San Andreas Fault. Nung binisita ko sila. They actually wanted to have a house near an active fault, near the West Valley Fault. May problema lang ako. Hindi kaya ng sweldo ko bumili ng lupa doon sa mga village na yon. Mahal. Mayamang village. If you have a fault, then you're in a rich village. Just kidding. Where are these different faults? These different faults are shown in the map. Okay? From Luzon to Visayas, Mindanao, and the only region or big island that is not transected by an active fault is Palawan Island. And that is why Palawan Island is not transected, or so not affected by a strong ground shaking. Okay? Pero hindi ibig sabihin kung ikaw ay taga Palawan, hindi ka mag-aaral kung paano magre-responde during the earthquake. Kasi lilipat ka rin sa Maynila o mamamasyal ka rin sa ibang lugar. Eh kung doon kayo naabutan, yari. Okay. When the fault moves, as long as you're not on top of the rupture of the fault, you're okay with the ground rupture. But the major hazard that we need to face is the strong ground shaking. Malakas na pag-uga ng lupa. Sino po ang hindi pa nakakaranas ng lindol dito? Pakitaas ang kamay. Okay? That's good. that means that you are full-fledged Filipino citizens. Kasi dapat nakakaranas kayo ng lindol. Pag hindi, may problema. Manhid na kayo nan. If you're near the epicenter, the first thing that you will feel will be the vertical motion and then horizontal motion. Okay? Sino po ang nandito noong 1990 Luzon earthquake? Pakitaas ang kamay nung naka-feel ng 1990 Luzon earthquake. Dito po kayo sa Maynila? Okay, anong naramdaman nyo? Vertical or horizontal? Palon-alon. Yeah, pwede yan or paganyan. Sinong nasa Baguio, Nueva Ecija area? Meron ba? Sir, anong naramdaman mo? Paganan? Up and down? Okay. So yung parang dinidribble. So kapag nasa epicenter kayo, unan muna up and down. And then horizontal. Okay, maliwanag? Even if you're away from the epicenter, building collapses can happen. Even if the building will not collapse, things inside might fall down on you. So, delikado pa rin. So, our goal is to make sure that buildings will not collapse and things inside will not fall down on you. Okay? So, if there is an earthquake, you will hear a report mentioning about the magnitude and the intensity of the earthquake, which would describe the strength of the earthquake. Ano po bang magnitude? Ano po bang intensity? The magnitude is the energy of the earthquake released from below the ground. Yan po yung energy. That energy will be passed on as earthquake wave, and you will feel it later in the surface as akyat na ganyan or paganyan. The energy that is released from below will be partly absorbed by the rocks as the earthquake wave passes through the rocks. So that the energy that reaches the surface and the effect of this earthquake at the surface will be the intensity that you would feel. Parang suntok ni pambansang kamao. Yung bigat ng kamay at bilis ng kanyang suntok, may energy na component yon. Pero yung tama sa'yo, kung kay patay o may black eye o tulog, yun yung intensity. Yung tindi ng epekto sa inyo o sa lupa. Yun po yung intensity. So, pagdating ng lindol, anong mas importante? Magnitude. Sabi natin, intensity. Okay? Now, 1 to 10 ang intensity scale sa Philippines, and the damage will start at intensity 6. Slight damage. Makikita nyo pong gumigawang ang nakabitin, gagalaw yung mga pwedeng gumalaw, you can still stand, pwede kayong mahilo. Intensity 7, very destructive shaking, masyado ng violent ang pagkilos, and then nakakatayo pa kayo pero hirap na. And then very destructive shaking at intensity 8, you cannot stand anymore. So isiya ba yun yung nagtaas ng kamay kanina? O umalis na? Nakakatayo pa ba kayo nun? Hindi na. Intensity 8 ang naramdaman ni Sir. Pero kayo nasa Manila, okay lang kayo na makatayo. Intensity 6 lang kayo. Okay? Ako wala akong naramdaman. Wala ako dito. Okay. So, kapag mas malayo, ibig sabihin, mahina na yung earthquake. Hindi na nararamdaman. It's shaking. Please look. Gusto niyo ma-experience ito? Uli sa video? Uli sa video. Pakibalik nga. Okay. Pansin ninyo ang mangyayari. Tumigil. Nagtatransact ng business, magbabayad, tumigil. Naramdaman nila akyat baba pero hindi masyadong halata. And then sumunod, horizontal. Tables were moving, even the car behind was moving. So, i-advance ko pa ha. Ay, wag na muna. Balik. Okay. Ano ang gagawin kapag lumindol mamaya pag alis ko dito? Hindi, alam nyo ang gagawin nyo? Tinuro na ba sa inyo? Ha? Wala pa? Ang sinasabi natin ay drop or duck, cover, and hold. Kapag mayroong mesa sa ilalim, dapat susukob ka sa ilalim, drop and cover, at ano yung hold? Don't hold your head kasi nasa ilalim na kayo mesa. Don't hold your hands together. You can pray, but you should hold the table. Pag walang table, pwesto kayo sa walang babagsak and hold your position. No? Squat, upo, takpan ng ulo at batok ng kamay. May nakapagturo na ba sa inyo kung ano yun? Di pa? Drop, cover, and hold, 3 words lang dapat nyo matandaan. Mahirap po ba yun? Kapag nahihirapan kayo, meron pa ako sasabihin sa inyo na tip kung anong gagawin. Under the table. Natatawa sa iba nyo. Under the table. The only legal under the table activity happens during the earthquake. Sino po ba ang naka-earthquake drill na sa inyo? Pakitaas ang kamay. Ay, konti lang. Konti lang ang mabubuhay. Para siguradong alam nyo ang gagawin, kapag lumindol, pwede po ba ang time out sa kain? I will ask you to do the drop, cover, and hold when I blow my whistle. Okay? By the way, bakit po ako may dalang whistle? Ako whistle blower of the Philippines. Hindi na si Ben Horloy. Okay? Ito po yung whistle to signal the earthquake. So once it sounds, you're supposed to do the drop, cover, and hold. Kapag tumigil, pwede na kayong tumayo. Hindi ko habaan. Tingnan ko lang kung alam nyo na. Okay. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hindi na kayo pahirapan. Thank you. Okay. What can you say? Now you know if you can fit inside or not. Now you know you have to practice because if the real earthquake happens, baka hindi mabali yung poste ng building, baka kayo na ang mabali. Kung hindi ka please do that. Okay? Now, drop, cover, and hold. Next hazard, liquefaction. Cause a tilt if the building is not properly constructed. Kasi bakit po nangyayari ito? The sandy layer behaves like liquid, and during the shaking, the water in between the sand grains will come out like a fountain of water and will bring out sand. Parang may volcano ka na, tubig lang at buhangin ang lalabas. Kung nakatakip na asfalto o semento doon sa sandy layer, ang gagawin ng tubig, instead of vertically getting out, will go to the side, carrying with it the sediment. So, ang net effect, bubuka yung lupa. Gasoline tanks and water pipes are very buoyant during the strong ground shaking in liquefaction-prone sediment, kaya pwedeng mabali ang mga water pipes. O wala ng tubig. Okay? So imagine if there's an earthquake, it's Manila City liquefaction-prone. Kasi kung liquefaction-prone, baka hindi kayo makapasyal after the earthquake kasi, o makalabas. Kasi nga, sira-sira ang kalsada. Okay? Landslide. Ako kung Quezon City ang may mga steep hills. Pero the rest of Manila, ang landslide posible lang every 3 years. 3 years lang. Pero wala nang totoong landslide kapag hindi Mayo, every 3 years. Last, tsunami. Kasi tanghali gutom na ako. Nasisira na ako ng ulo, biro lang. Biro lang. Busog ako, galing pa ako sa isang talk. Every after talks, pinapakain ako. So, okay lang ako. Tsunami is another important hazard that you need to focus on. Tsunamis can be small, pwedeng ganito kaliit, can be very large waves, typical earthquakes. And this would affect coastal areas. like this place in Japan, in Atori, where the tsunami was 10 meters. Yung Fukushima nuclear plant, kasi si Mr. Marcel nag-discuss kanina ng nuclear plant, mababa ang elevation ng Fukushima. Kaya yung tsunami ang nakasira sa yung ground shape. The net effect is that if the coastal areas are flooded, people will drown, even upright can be overwhelmed, and debris in the water, below the surface, no, underwater, can be carried by the tsunami inland. Tulad po nitong barko na napakalaki na napunta 1 kilometer inland. Okay? Nakita niyo yung barko, laki. I took this photo. I visited the area after the tsunami, and the owner had the dilemma of what to do with the ship. Will he wait for another tsunami so that it will be washed down to the shore? Siyempre, hindi. Will he chop this up? Itinda na lang? The decision was to preserve this as a museum to remind the future generation of the power of a tsunami. In Japan, they remember the bad things that they experienced. Pilipinas, kinakalimutan natin. Kaya yung susunod na henerasyon, di na all. Super Typhoon Yolanda, November 2013. But the same super typhoon and storm surge occurred in October of 1897 in the same area, in the same path that Yolanda crossed from Samar through Palawan. Same na same. But since we don't remember disasters, we forget about it. We need to be like the Japanese, remember significant events so that we don't forget to prepare for it. Okay? Now, in the Philippines, and 40 tsunamis have already affected the Philippines. Iba-ibang lugar, facing the Pacific Ocean, facing the West Philippine Sea, facing the Sulu Sea, and facing Celebes Seas. Even Manila Bay, where is the Senate located? So, even in Manila Bay was affected by tsunamis in the past. That is why, in disaster management circle, we call Manila Bay over troubled waters because of tsunami. Now, tsunami, Philippines, they occur after the earthquake. Yung second type of tsunami, distant or important tsunami, will only affect the eastern coastline of the Philippines, yung nakaharap sa Pacific Ocean, kasi marami sa Pacific Ocean countries, meron ding earthquake generator na pwedeng magdulot ng tsunami. Okay? How fast is the local tsunami? In Mindanao, 1976, the tsunami occurred 2 to 5 minutes after the earthquake. Sa Japan, 20 to 30 minutes lang. Bakit po kaya? Kami sa Pilipinas? Pero alam niyo po ba, mas mabilis ang karamihan sa Japan. Di po ba? Like for example, one Japanese businessman came to the Philippines. After living here for quite a while, he visited Japan and then came back after 6 months. And then he rode a taxi driver, and he rode the taxi, and he told the taxi driver when he passed by over a building, kasi alam niya yung building, kino-construct noon pa, pero hindi pa tapos. So he told the driver, this Japanese businessman, you know, in Japan, we construct buildings very fast, very long time. After a while, bago dumating ng hotel, na-stuck siya sa traffic. May kalsadang ginagawa, ang tagal na hindi pa natatapos. Sabi niya, in Japan, we construct roads very fast. At some point, he arrived in his hotel, and he asked the driver, how much is the taxi fare? Nung binanggit nung driver yung taxi fare, sobrang mahal. And so the Japanese businessman complained. But the driver said, sir, this taximeter, made in Japan, very fast, so you pay me. Okay, hindi po yun, hindi, kwento ko lang yan. Let's go back to the tsunami. Hindi po totoo mabilis ang pagkilos ng tsunami sa Pilipinas kaysa sa Japan. Mas malapit lang po ang pinapanggalingan ng tsunami dito sa atin kaysa sa Japan. Now, pagdating naman ng volcanoes, I think here Governor Gallardo would attest that the Philippines has a lot of volcanoes. And in Camiguin, the whole province is a volcano. Okay? But we have more than 300 volcanoes. Pero pag i-count natin lahat ng butas na related sa crater, sobrang tiyaga na yung gagawa nun, mahigit 3,000 yung crater natin. Okay? Mahigit 3,000. Pero yung anak-anak, hindi na namin binibilang minsan. Out of these volcanoes, 23 are active. And Camiguin Island has one active volcano called Hibok-Hibok. And that's the reason why Phivox is now around, because of Hibok-Hibok volcano, when a Commission on Volcanology was established in 1952, when in December of 1951, Hibok erupted, killing more than 500 people. Now, 300 volcanoes, and the volcanoes are lined up from Bicol to Mindanao, from Negros to Zamboanga Peninsula, Basilan, Sulut, Tawi-Tawi, and also in the central Mindanao area. Napakarami ng volcano. And volcanoes are classified as active, inactive, or potentially active. Sometimes people use the word dormant. Dormant volcanoes are active volcanoes that are just resting. But all active volcanoes do not erupt every day. They always rest. Mapapagod naman siya. So, hindi na namin ginagamit yung word na dormant. We just say active or inactive or potentially active. Do you know that Corridor Island has a shape like a tadpole? Corridor Island is actually a volcano, if you don't know, but a violent volcano. So, bago nagkagera ng World War II, marami ng explosion dyan sa Corridor Island. Maliban doon sa mga canyon. No? Because it's an active volcano then. No, we don't know if this will reactivate, but that's a volcano. Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay. If there's an eruption of the volcano, there are different hazards that it will bring. And Metro Manila can be affected by an ashfall if the volcano from Taal, Batangas would explode. And we will not operate NAIA if in case the wind would blow the ash towards NAIA. That is why it is important for us to have Clark Air Base operating. Ang common hazard that people would know would be the lava flow. Diba? Mapula, nakakatakot, pwede kang masunog. But compared to Hawaiian volcanoes that show lava flow like a river, na parang baha lang ang bilis, the lava flows in the Philippines are very slow. 1 kilometer per day. Wala na dapat mamatay sa 1 kilometer per day. Mamatay dyan, may problema na tao mamamatay dyan. Huh? May natatanging katangian sa Tagalog. Ibig sabihin, what is the most dangerous hazard? Ito, pyroclastic flow. Pyroclastic flow is the motion of hot gases, rocks, and ash at speeds of more than 80 kilometers per hour. So it can kill you by burning you, by asphyxiation, or by burial. The French equivalent of the pyroclastic flow is Nuit Ardente. Okay? Nuit Ardente. When the Americans heard of that phrase, Nuit Ardente, it sounds like, now we are done. So if you happen to be on the slope of the volcano, you will just say, now we are done, burnt. Okay? Kaya we evacuate people out of harm's way before the volcano would explode. Thousands of people. And then lastly, for those in Mayon and Pinatubo, we worry about the debris caused by heavy rains on the slopes that will form the lahar. Okay, lahar. Mas maraming Tarlac. Bakit po, ma'am? Bakit po mas maraming lahar sa Pampanga kaysa sa Tarlac? Alam niyo, ma'am? Mas madasalin daw kayo. Alam niyo po ang dasal sa inyo? Ganito po yan eh. Diyos ko, pagpalahin niyo kami. Nilalagyan niyo ng letter H kasi, kayong pagpalain, naging pagpalahin. Binigyan kayo ng maraming lahar. Kaya, sagana ang lahar at maraming kita ang probinsya ng Pampanga sa pagkwari ng lahar ngayon. Side joke lang yan. Kasi gutom na ako. Now, seriously, let's now go to the main business of my talk. Can you imagine the impact of an earthquake? So, this question, Island vicinity? Big is your yes. Big yes. Like this big. Okay? And, napabilis ako. The reasons why we say that Metro Manila can be affected by an earthquake, which is strong, would be the following. In 1968, when many of you were not born yet, an earthquake happened in Casiguran, Aurora of magnitude 7.3. Casiguran, Aurora is 200 kilometers away from us. Ang layo. Despite that, Binondo Ruby Tower collapsed. 268 people were killed, 260 got injured. Meaning, ito po yung Ruby Tower. Meaning, you don't need to be very near the fault for a building or house to be affected. Okay? Wala pa tayong building code noon. 1972 lang ating building code. If you want to know more about historical earthquakes in Manila, you become more really historical churches. Like this Manila Cathedral, yung pangarap ng marami na dyan ikasal, built in 1581. But if you read the signage, it says that the original buildings were partially destroyed in 1600. Sino nakakaalam nito? Wala. 1645. May nakakaalam ba nito? Wala pa rin. 3,000 ang namatay dyan. At ang epicenter ay galing sa Gabaldon, Nueva Ecija. And 1863 earthquake, galing sa offshore of Zambales yan, and Mindoro, sa South China Sea. Okay? So marami ng lindol. Even the tsunamis that affected other parts of the Philippines also were experienced here in Manila in 1828 and 1863. Okay, 1 to 2 meter high tsunami. Okay, 1 to 2 meter high tsunami, kayang-kaya ng Senate yan. 1 to 2 meters lang. Kung 1 to 2 meters lang. Okay? Let's find out later. So, that's historical. Okay? What is science telling us? Science would tell us that among the many earthquake generators in and around Metro Manila, we need to focus on two: the Valley Fault System and the Manila Trends. The Manila Trends will generate a tsunami if the earthquake is so large. But the more severe ground shaking will come from the Valley Fault System. Okay? So we use these two scenarios to prepare, and if we prepared for these two scenarios, then we'll be okay. Okay, ulitin natin: Valley Fault, fault-related earthquake inland, and Manila Trends, earthquake, water located earthquake that can generate a tsunami. Fault system. The Valley Fault System was known before as the Marikina Fault System. But we changed it because of other reasons. I will explain later. But the Valley Fault System is consisting of two traces of fault: West Valley Fault and East Valley Fault. The longer the fault, the higher the magnitude the earthquake will be generated. No? And this fault has moved 4 times, generating an earthquake of magnitude 7. So Pagitan would be roughly 400 to 600 years. Okay? If you use the lower limit of 400 years, the question that you should ask is, when was the last earthquake? And that occurred in 1658. Yung magaling sa math, pakicheck, that's 357 years ago. 400, lower limit, the last earthquake. What would that tell us? We don't need to wait for 43 years more. Because if it can be moving earlier, or it can move later. How about if it would move earlier? Are you ready to face the consequence for the Lord? Ganun na lang. Are you ready? Is your family ready? Yung mga senators. Dapat maging ready din sila dahil sa inyo. Okay? If you are not ready, then we need to really do something. Okay? If this fault would move, what will be the consequence? Where is that fault? The fault actually transects some parts of Bulacan, Rizal, Metro Manila, Cavite, and Laguna. If you name the fault as Marikina fault, people will think that the fault is only in Marikina. In fact, the longer trace of the fault in Metro Manila is in Quezon City. Okay, so better take out the Marikina word and let's look at the valley fault. The valley is the whole Marikina Valley from Bulacan even down south. Okay? And, you know, in Metro Manila, the cities of Quezon, Marikina, Pasig, Makati, Taguig, and Muntinlupa are the ones transected. If you want to know where these exactly would transect, download the maps in our website. Kitang-kita nyo mga kalsada. Okay? Ito po ay sa batasang pambansa. Kaya hindi po yan sa Senate. Bakit po nandito yan? Kasi yun yung presentation ko noon. Kaya lang, malayo din kayo sa fault. Okay? So, malayo kayo sa fault rupture. Ang House of Representatives malayo din. But they can be affected by strong ground shaking and you as well. Okay? Pinakita ko lang sa inyo kasi namamasyal minsan kayo doon. This is the real issue. If the earthquake moves and generate a shaking, we will see that if we use a magnitude 7.2 energy or a 6.5 magnitude earthquake, the intensities of shaking in Metro Manila will be strong. Let's start with a magnitude 7.2. Brown, along the Marikina Valley and coastal cities, including this place, is high intensity 8. Yung yellow, low intensity 8. Yung green, intensity 78. Yun po yung movie clip na pinakita ko sa inyo ang lakas. Intensity 7, we don't expect much damage from intensity. Mean the people farther north and south, like Pampanga, Laguna, Batangas, Quezon provinces, can immediately help Metro Manilans or in Laguna. If the earthquake is much smaller than 7.1, we still use the same epicenter, and that is in Pasig, then you would see that NCR is still intensity 8. But parts of Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, and Laguna that were formerly yellow became green. Meaning, ganun kalakas. Pero ano naman yung mangyayari kapag ganun talaga kalakas? If you look at, next slide na nga. Okay. A 2004 study by FIVOX, MMDA, and JICA, we said that among the buildings stock in 2000 to 2003, less than 10 stories, can have 13% heavily damaged or collapsed. Public buildings, 10% heavily damaged or collapsed. Mid-rise buildings, 10 to 30 stories, 11% heavily damaged or collapsed. And more than 30 stories, only 2% heavily damaged or collapsed. Di ba kayo nagtataka sa statistics? Mas mataas, mas konti ang sira. Okay. Hindi ako nag-advertise ng high-rise condo, ha? Sinasabi lang namin yan. Mamaya, explain ko kung bakit o tanungin nyo na lang. If the earthquake happens in the evening, 33,500 ang posibleng mamatay, more than 100,000 injured. Tapos, in 2013, we released a study, different methodology, but consistently, it would say that around 31,000 will die and more than 100,000 injured. Consistent. And our loss for buildings and houses will be 2.3 trillion pesos. How about if it's 6.5? Kapag 6 point, mas kukunti ang mamamatay. Pa rin ang mamamatay. Bakit po mas marami sa matataas na building? We have to be real. We have to face the reality. Some residential buildings or I'm not sure if it's 10% or so, non-engineered buildings. Hindi po yan gawa ng engineer or architect. Gawa-gawa lang natin or ng mga mason. Second, we are very strict on tall buildings, more than 30 stories. Of course, the owners of the very high-rise would spend money for it. And they will hire very good engineers. Earthquake science. Yung earthquake science would indicate the lighter buildings more than the heavier buildings. Ano po ba ang yung mga mataas, dahil mataas na sila, mabigat. So ang tendency, if you consider all those factors, mas maraming masisira sa mababang building and mid-rise buildings. Kapag naman malayo, pwede my point, unit in the high-rise. I say tall should be according to our buildings. The reality is, wala. For lawmakers to really craft a law that should really compel all local governments to really look at this issue for an earthquake, building collapses. Next, pag nag-liquefy po yung lugar, nakita nyo naman, babagsak yung building, masisira tulay, mawawalan ng tubig. And where are this? These are in the red zones. Cities along Marikina Valley and coastal cities of Manila. And where is the Senate building here? The red zone. In the earthquake shaking, what did I say? The Senate building is what intensity? High intensity 8. Okay, so alam niyo na. No rupture, surface rupture, but high intensity 8 and liquefaction prone. Fire after okay. After the shaking, and if you go to see from and zoom into the different parts of Manila, you might be able to see that in different sections. We think that if the Pasig River runs east to west, and bridges across Pasig River are destroyed or will be affected, hindi kayo makakalipat from Makati to Quezon City or vice versa. Second, liquefaction, roads are destroyed, buildings got damaged, especially old buildings, zone where you isolate the content. And likewise, across Marikina River are affected, then one cannot move from Marikina to Quezon City or vice versa. Okay? So what will happen is that there will be isolation, and we need to respond to people within these isolated zones. So MMDA has trained rescuers that are assigned to the different zones. And if you happen to notice, underneath flyovers, you will see container vans, colored blue and orange. This would contain rescue equipment trained to use in case the equipment are easy to use, and nobody would dare to steal this in the vans because these are colored pink. Colored pink po yun. Kilalang kilala. Hindi Senate bill, Senate pala pink, no? So para talagang ma-identify na MMD pink. Okay? Yung mga military, naka-assign din sila according to the zones that they will go to. Okay? So, last. If there is an earthquake offshore of Manila Trench, what will happen to the coastal area of Manila? If it's 8.3, we think that Zambales, Mindoro, Bataan, in 10 minutes can be affected by a tsunami. And the tsunami will enter Manila Bay through Corridor Island. It will slow down sila ng mamamatay at masisirang building. Because